here. And just a brief statement about our graduate thesis sequence. You saw it in my email yesterday, but I'll just repeat it again. Thesis is optional for our graduate students, and that's because of there's a lot of reasons behind that, but one of the primary reasons is because of a lot of the design build offerings that we have at the school. It might make that prohibitive if we didn't make it optional. But these are 10 students who are in the professional degree path, as well as one student who is in the post-professional MS path. And it's a 2-semester sequence. In the fall semester, it's a thesis research semester where the students work independently with a thesis director and develop their research proposal for a design project that will be carried out in the spring term. In the spring term, it's a typical design studio sequence, but again, overseen with the independent faculty director. And in conjunction with the design studio, there's an independent thesis research seminar. And there are varying sort of expected outputs of that, but one of them, I think broadly, is for the students to produce a publishable body of work, whether that's a conference paper, a journal article, an exhibition, something to that nature. But that will be really up to the director and the students to determine what kind of output they're interested in. And so with that, I'll begin just introducing the first panel, which is climate change. And so we have Kelly Shannon from University of Leuven. Did I pronounce that correctly? It's okay. Kelly Shannon is an expert on climate change and landscape architecture. So we're really honored to have you here and join us today for this important event. The 3 students that will be included in this first panel are Reed Campbell, Gabrielle Rashley, and Katerina Tomasato. Reed is directed by me, Gabrielle is directed by Margarita Jovert, and Kat Tomasato is directed by Iñaki Alde, our dean. And I should just introduce the other faculty directors. So Iñaki Alde, our dean, is a director of 3 students. Margarita Jovert is an associate professor at Tulane School of Architecture and directs 2 students. Scott Bernard, our Associate Dean for Academics and Associate Professor, directs 1 student. And Kentaro Tsubaki, former Associate Dean for Academics and Associate Professor, directs 1 student, our MS thesis student. And I direct 3 students, and I'm an assistant professor, and as Iñaki mentioned, the director of the Graduate Architecture program and coordinate the graduate thesis sequence. So without further ado, perhaps let me check to make sure we have screen sharing available for everybody. Should be good now. And our first speaker is Reed Campbell. So Reed, well, real quick actually, so each student has been instructed to give a 12-minute presentation followed by a 3-minute period for any sort of direct questions to clarify, like a term or a concept or something like that. And then after each student in the panel presents, there will be a moderated discussion, in this case led by Kelly Shannon, and that will go for 30 minutes in this session. So Reed, are you ready to begin and be our first presenter today?
Sure.
Are there, well, first, actually, sorry, are there any questions that the audience needs to know before we begin?
Not a question, but do you want to introduce the panel?
Yeah. Sorry. So there's also there are also respondents, and I should be introducing them as well. So in this session, it looks like we have so we have Richard Campanella, a professor at Tulane School of Architecture, Carol Reese, a professor at Tulane School of Architecture, and Jesse Keenan at a professor at Tulane School of Architecture. They all bring varying expertises. Richard is a history of geography, geographical history. Carol Reese is a history and theory professor at the school, and Jesse Keenan is a climate change and urbanist expert. And expert on urbanism. We'll also be joined later today with a few other respondents, I believe, and I'll be introducing them as they join. So hopefully that's okay. So thank you, everybody. Now, Reed, I think you're ready to begin.
Sure. Good morning. As has been mentioned, my name is Reed Campbell, and my thesis title is At the Edge of the Sublime, and I have been directed this past semester and next semester by Ben Smith. And just to keep in mind, as I go through the beginning of the presentation and the more theoretical background, the program for the design intervention that I'll be developing in the spring is an opera. If architecture is to address the myriad environmental, social, and economic complexities with which it is inherently entangled, it must do so at an aesthetic level. Beth Myers speaks to the importance of the traditional understanding of aesthetics in her essay, Sustaining Beauty, when she writes, aesthetic experience can result in the appreciation of new forms of beauty because they reveal previously unrealized relationships between human and non-human life processes. The challenges facing environmental, social, and economic systems are hyperobjects. Global warming, rampant consumer capitalism, the coronavirus pandemic, and the city are all examples of hyperobjects. First theorized by philosopher Timothy Morton, hyperobjects are massively distributed in time and space relative to humans. The aesthetic demanded by hyperobjects is a new sublime, a secular sublime, perhaps even a spectacular sublime. The sublime confronts on many levels, but at a basic level, to paraphrase architectural critic Kate Wagner, the sublime describes those landscapes and environments that still haunt us, and it confronts us with the fact that the way we currently live has consequences. In order to be clear about what is meant here with two key terms, it is necessary to take a moment to define each. While Beth Myers' essay on the importance of aesthetics in contemporary design is important in cultivating new forms and ways of appreciation, it is a traditional understanding of aesthetic judgment that is not adequate for this project's ambitions. When I speak of addressing ecological, social, and economic systems at an aesthetic level, I am referring to the definition of aesthetics put forward by philosophers such as Jacques Rancière and Timothy Morton and architect Mark Foster Gage. In this understanding, aesthetics is the realm where objects, people, animals, things, and buildings brush up against each other. It is also important to further define Timothy Morton's theory of the hyperobject. Hyperobjects can be wildly different, but they do share some common features. They are non-local, though they may have local manifestations. They are viscous or sticky to the things that they come into contact with. They are involved in timescales much greater than those we humans are used to. They phase in and out. They always exist, even if they do not make themselves constantly known. And they are interobjective, meaning that they interact with and affect other objects. Throughout history, there have been what literary critic Christophe Despentes has identified as three distinct phases of the sublime. In the original Romantic Sublime of Edmund Burke, the sublime revolved around notions of power and terror, often associated with the forces of nature and the power of an almighty God. This was further refined by Kant, where he tied the sublime to notions of infinity that could not be objectified or fully comprehended. The modern sublime is best explained by Despentes when he argues that buildings and metropolitan sprawls are awe-inspiring, not solely by virtue of their highly visible presence in space. The sublime metropolis gestures toward a social fabric perceived as a tangle of indeterminate masses and forces. The postmodern sublime is explored by critics such as Frederick Jameson, where its visible representations could only be theorized in the presence of, quote, the enormous and threatening yet only dimly perceivable other reality of economic and social institutions. The scene of sublime-inspired conversion moves from John Muir's cathedrals in the Sierra Nevada to John Portman's towers of the Bonaventura Hotel. This leads to the question, what is the sublime for our era of continual crisis? What would a secular sublime be? I would like to suggest that while he doesn't use the term, the secular sublime is rooted in the philosophy of Timothy Morton, and it is deeply rooted with the notion of the strange and the weird and the eerie. How else would you describe the orange skies that recently appeared as an aesthetic manifestation of the hyperobject of global warming? A secular sublime doesn't just worship the awe-inspiring nature of the vast deserts of Nevada, but it senses the eeriness in the fact that beneath this desert lie the nuclear wastes of a military-industrial complex where the half-life of plutonium is 25,000 years. A secular sublime doesn't just revere the sheer monumentality of Hoover Dam as a marvel of modernity's progress and ordering of nature. It sees the uncanny precariousness in the fact that the mass of concrete pivotal to the supply of fresh water to over 25 million people. A secular sublime doesn't just celebrate the magnificence in the electrical sublimity that is Las Vegas, but it recognizes the strangeness of such a vast suburbanized sprawl of a city in such an inhospitable landscape. In the face of an abandoned marina on Las Vegas Bay and Lake Mead, the secular sublime rejects the fetishization of ruination that is clearly present in aesthetics of industrial decay, but it seeks to imagine how we might live in a world of dwindling water resources and rising seas. Excuse me. In fact, the landscapes of Southern Nevada is perhaps the best place to theorize and concretize the notion of the secular sublime. Here, in the valleys of the Mojave Desert, and the cliffs of Lake Mead, and between the towering casinos of Las Vegas, the hyperobjects of nuclear waste, a vast river network, and a global city, and their impacts on the environment and global warming are juxtaposed with the archaeological ruins of an ancient civilization, reminding us that how we live now will reverberate for millennia. The specific location where I propose to explore the aesthetic of the secular sublime and how it might respond to some of the hyperobjects that architecture is entangled with is the site of an abandoned resort on Lake Mead. Located 60 miles to the northwest of Las Vegas, this resort closed in 2013 as the water levels in Lake Mead dropped to historic lows. In 2019, the abandoned marina structure that was nearby was lifted and floated to another location on the lake. This site provides an interesting opportunity to speculate on a second life for an abandoned building and its associated federal infrastructure, a speculation that involves not only a specific program, but also responds to the causes of their abandonment. An opera in the desert offers the potential to speculate on architecture's role in addressing the uncanniness of Lake Mead's disappearance and related environmental issues of global warming, while also addressing the sublime spectacle of consumerism and neoliberal capitalism. This program was only recently arrived at, but from initial research into opera, it has become clear that two architectural strategies have lent themselves towards the production of operatic spectacle: the facade and circulation, both in the approach towards the building and within it. Strategies of circulation and facade have been prominent throughout the history in the design of opera houses. Charles Garnier's Paris Opera, where the building's circulation exteriorly through a placement at the end of a prominent boulevard and interiorly with its grand staircase, allowed for the production of spectacle. More recently, Bernard Shumi's unbuilt proposal for the Tokyo National Theatre also put emphasis on circulation to and within the building. Jean Nouvel's proposal for the same Tokyo Opera focuses on the facade as a partie, where the enclosed black box of the facade obscures the jeweled spectacles within. In Nouvel's Guthrie Theater in Minneapolis, strategies of circulation are utilized to provide curated views of the city. Theoretical writings on circulation and the facade, particularly Alejandro Zaira-Polo's Politics of the Envelope, will also be integrated into an analysis of existing precedents and potential interventions in the design of this project. A manageable scope of work is crucial to any thesis proposal. As I look forward to the design work and the adjacent research in the coming spring semester, I propose the following: an analysis of existing precedents with particular attention to the circulation facade strategies, exploration of potential designs, exploring different combinations of facade and circulation strategies in a manner that is most appropriate to the context of Southern Nevada and that addresses the hyperobjects of global warming and consumer capitalism. I plan to explore these designs in not only 2D drawings, but with a heavy emphasis on 3D models of different facades. development of a specific design, a specific combination of a particular facade and a particular circulation strategy, and finally, production of the final drawings and models for exhibition. Concurrent with all of this, of course, will be continued research and writing into the theoretical aspects of the thesis. Beyond this time frame, I want to look to the next step of the thesis, that of the precedent analysis. I plan to utilize strategies and skills previously developed in prior studios. In this work from a previous studio, strategies of circulation were analyzed, focusing on the frequency of use of a particular circulation route of a building, taking note of thresholds. Additionally, network diagrams were produced in order to understand the relationship of programmatic elements of the building to circulatory elements. Prominent features of the facade were also analyzed. I plan to use a similar approach in analyzing precedents of opera and other theater buildings. The research thus far has focused heavily on developing a theoretical framework for the project of an aesthetic of a secular sublime for the Anthropocene. As such, the research thus far has focused heavily on philosophy, aesthetics, and environmental history and theory. Research into the program of the opera is just beginning, as is research into the strategic approaches of facade and circulation. This is not an exhaustive list of sources, as many other essays were also crucial. I should also note that many of these books were not read cover to cover. In many cases, only relevant chapters or specific essays were read. I plan to continue this research in the coming semester with the hope of producing publishable work alongside a concrete design. In 1972, Robert Venturi, Denise Scott Brown, and Stephen Eisenhower provocatively proclaimed that, quote, learning from the existing landscape is a way of being revolutionary for an architect. Nearly 50 years later, what have we learned from this city and this landscape? There are sublime, uncanny warnings for the way we live in this desert landscape if we pay attention. Or using the words of Venturi, Scott Brown, and Eisenhower, there are signs that the way we live has consequences. These consequences are the hyperobjects theorized by Timothy Morton. Architecture must address these at an aesthetic level. This thesis will speculate on one way to do that. Not as some magical solution to global warming or to address the inequities of consumer capitalism, but as a modest attempt to figure out how to better live in a world with a dwindling Lake Mead, a warming planet, and a fragile consumer economy left exposed to the forces of nature and its pandemics. Thank you.
Thanks, Reed. We have 3 minutes if there are any specific clarifying questions that anybody from the audience would like to ask. If there are not any, we can move right into Gabrielle's presentation. All right, it looks like we're all good there. And so Gabrielle, are you ready to take us away?
Yes, I am.
All right, thank you so much.
All right. Can everyone see my screen? Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Gabrielle Rashley, and I have been working with Margarita Joubert on this project that we're calling the Living Infrastructures, Multi-Systemic Infrastructures for Climate Change Adaptation. So to start, the intent of this research is to sort of develop a urban model that orchestrates regenerative processes across 3 interrelated systems of constructed, natural, and social infrastructures. So to kind of help define what I mean by multi-systemic infrastructures, just kind of broadly speaking, splitting these into these 3 categories of constructed, which includes, roads, bridges, kind of sewer systems that all tend to be kind of more linear. Natural systems, swamps, marshes, oceans, and the ecosystem services that those provide, and then social, so all the kind of agencies and support systems that exist between people and societies. And so you can see that Southern Louisiana is in crisis. We have sinking landscape as well as rising seas and the threat of increasing storm frequencies. And then as we start to layer in the population, you think about how Since Hurricane Katrina, Orleans Parish has lost about 29% of its population, and some of its surrounding parishes have also seen significant losses in population as people are trying to relocate due to climate change and increasing storm frequency. Meanwhile, we have this sort of sprawling network of petroleum pipelines in our coast. Louisiana produces about 90% of the nation's outer continental oil and gas. And so you have like all these, once you start to layer all these systems, you think about, what we're emphasizing, what we're forgetting about, and how we might need to proceed. So some of the primary questions I'm asking is, how do we plan for change? Specifically, how do we shape our cities and landscapes to adopt to and coexist with the climate in flux? How do we transition from an extractive model towards a regenerative mindset? And finally, can a new model for infrastructure as multi-systemic systems be used as a tool for climate change adaptation? So to start, kind of looked at some urban models as a way of a precedent analysis. And so kind of generally categorizing these into two categories. So the organic societies versus industrial societies, which are kind of terms coined by E.A. Wrigley, who is a historical demographer. So organic societies are defined based off of the flows of energy that are resulting primarily from the sun, whereas industrial societies produce stocks of energy that are and depend upon fossil fuels. And so generally, when you start to compare them, you see flows of energy versus stocks of energy, self-sufficient versus exploitative, physiographic determinism, which I'll expand upon further, versus unbound to the land, and then regenerative mindsets versus extractive mindsets. So with industrial societies, there's this sort of delusion of this kind of infinite supply of resources that is often at the cost of other nations and other societies through exploitation. Whereas organic societies are more closely dependent upon the immediate landscapes where they exist. So this idea of the valley section, which is sort of put forth by a sociologist, geographer, Patrick Geddes, is pointing out that you can kind of, in organic societies, you can really see how economies are closely tied to the landscapes where these societies exist, and how they deeply determine both institutions and also just kind of cultural practices and the ways that people live. Kind of going alongside that and expanding off of that, Ian McHarg, landscape architect, in 1969 in his book, Designing with Nature, talked about physiographic determinism and pointing out that it's important to plan directly with the natural processes of landscapes. And this will vary depending on region, but it's something that can be universally applicable in the planning processes. So as an example, his plan for the valleys in Baltimore County, you can kind of see three different models where there's kind of uncontrolled growth that's sort of more random, linear arterial growth that's kind of going along these like unnatural system, kind of arteries of roads and such, versus physiographically determined growth, which is shaped by the geology and the topography of the specific landscape. So this can kind of lead me to look at maybe a hybrid model that starts to combine the best of both. So you have both flows and stocks of energy, self-sufficient but connected to wider global context, physiographically guided, not entirely bound to the land, but guided, and then kind of return to that idea of regenerative mindsets. So as a case study, I am looking at sort of the Bio-Bienvenue wetland of kind of in just off of New Orleans. And so specifically, this area that's sort of, I'm looking at this area that's kind of bound by a levee system and is sort of severely degraded after many years of our interventions. And so if you kind of look historically at some USGS maps, you see it started off as just a sort of wetland with, Bayou Bienvenue kind of just like snaking through. By the 1930s, there was the intervention of the Inner Harbor Navigation Canal, as well as this main outfall canal cutting through the landscape. And then we'll see the introduction of the Gulf Intercoastal Waterway and eventually the Mississippi River Gulf outlet that kind of cuts through this landscape, degrading the wetlands to a point where it had lost kind of all of its value as a way of mitigating storm surge. And so that ultimately led to the kind of, in part led to the disaster of Hurricane Katrina in 2005, where the severely degraded landscape kind of led to this, the disaster of flooding in Louisiana. So zooming a little bit more closer at the kind of the wetland triangle just off of the Inner Harbor Navigation Canal, people in the immediate landscape of the lower ninth remember this area being kind of filled with cypress swamps and fishing. And so, in very recent past, there was this sort of rich landscape where people were able to fish and hunt and enjoy the rich ecosystem that existed there. And currently that has all degraded into just kind of open water because of this like illusion of kind of infinite resources in this rich landscape. But there hopefully is a potential of a different future. So by moving from this like extractive mindset where there's this sort of delusion of infinite resources, moving towards a more regenerative one that helps kind of restore the land as we live in it. So once again, this idea of extractive, you see these different systems producing different products or et cetera. But that regenerative mindset is really a way of kind of finding synergies between systems. And so, you take dredging that's used for shipping canals and use that to create these restorative wetlands that can help create habitats for fisheries. And then people who are displaced due to climate change, providing the appropriate kind of agencies and social structures that can help guide them to, guide that transition as they need to relocate and perhaps help produce jobs that are helping to support this regenerative model. And so in terms of methodology and analysis, we'll start by kind of focusing primarily on mapping as the primary tool of analyzing these different systems. So, you can first start by delaminating the map into these different general categories of, constructed, natural versus social systems, and then and analyzing them independently. And then you can go through and overlap them to start to look for synergies and possible ways to develop and intervene. And then this mapping would occur across scales, so regional, metropolitan, local, and then also very importantly over time, because systems inevitably are something that take place over time, and we need to be thinking about how we are directly intersecting into these processes. So each of the maps ideally will be kind of set into and be looked at, based off the past, present, and future site designs. And so, and this will ultimately result in the speculative design of a climate resiliency campus in Bayou Bienvenue. So generally, this is kind of a way to kind of test these ideas through design. And so, general ideas would be to kind of, take dredge material from constructing shipping channels to create restorative wetlands and providing these resiliency campuses that are able to take in people who are having to evacuate due to climate change in kind of southern Louisiana, and give them a place to land and also kind of support their transition away from their homes and providing jobs that are more regenerative rather than extractive, and it can help rebuild the landscape and provide infrastructures that are generally more sustainable. And so ultimately, I guess the goal is that our rapidly changing climate calls us to reconsider how the marks we make onto our the landscape reverberate through complex natural, social, and built systems. Designing for change expands the architectural thinking beyond formal exploration towards the orchestration of processes, actions, and systems set in motion by intentional design. So that's the goal. Curious to hear your comments, and thank you for listening.
Thanks so much, Gabrielle. Again, we have 3 minutes if there are any requests for clarification on anything. All right, it doesn't look like there are any clarification questions. We have also, I just want to mention, we have also just been joined by Nick Hazendonk. Forgive me if I'm mispronouncing your name, but welcome as an additional respondent to these panels. So thank you, Nick, for joining us. All right, so Kat Tomisato is the third and final panelist of the first session on climate change. Kat, are you ready to rock and roll?
Yes, I am. Just give me one moment to share my screen. All right, can you see my title page?
Yep, fantastic.
All right, my name is Katharina Tomisato, and as Ben just said, I will be concluding today's presentation on climate change. The working title of my current proposal is Granting Agency in Times of Crisis, Hurricane Shelters Reimagined as a Temporal Bridge. I would like to begin by introducing you to the Atlantic hurricane season of this year. It was the 5th consecutive year in a row that the season was above average, setting a record with 30 named storms. 12 of these storms hit the United States, with 5, shown here, hitting Louisiana. For the sake of time, I'm going to skip over Cristobal and go straight to discussing Marco and Laura. Oops, sorry, wrong way. Marco and Laura hit the Louisiana coast within 3 days of each other. Between the two, more than 1.5 million people were under mandatory evacuations. There was over $12 billion of damage, with over 8,000 homes destroyed or badly damaged in Laura alone. This does not include damages to businesses and industry. If you Google Lake Charles and Laura, you will see just exactly how extensive this damage was. I now want to call attention to the relationship between hurricanes Laura and Delta. About 6 weeks after Laura, Delta made landfall about 15 miles away from where Laura came ashore. Though Delta was not nearly as strong as Laura, many people still did not have power by the time Delta came ashore. Most insurance claims had not been processed. An estimated 9,000 people were still in shelters, and hotels in the surrounding area, as well as in New Orleans, were at capacity. The overall anxiety and fatigue of the situation is made evident by these headlines, which are just a sample of the articles I found regarding these circumstances. Notice the number of tarps on the residences of Lake Charles, and just how these headlines just show just how this region was just already struggling and was just at its breaking point. I also want to call attention to how this headline in particular makes note of the displacement experienced by the people affected by these storms. The last storm to hit Louisiana was, of course, Zeta, which affected most of us in this conversation, either through lack of power for several days, trees coming down on our houses or cars, and general disruption of daily life. Classes were canceled, grocery stores were closed. It was just complete chaos for a couple of days here. And I personally didn't have power at my house for 5 days. There were an estimated $4.3 billion in damages, and just culminated at the end of a very chaotic hurricane season. Of course, we also cannot forget Sally and Beta, which, though they did not hit Louisiana, at some point we were within their cone of uncertainty, which was still threatening enough that there was a mandatory evacuation in Louisiana outside of the levee system. There was also a mandatory evacuation in coastal Mississippi, and there was an estimated $5 billion in damages. So let us now talk about evacuation. 22% of Americans, approximately 82 million people, have had to evacuate. When asked where they would go, 62% of Americans said they planned to stay with family or friends, 17% said they would stay in a hotel, 11% said that they would stay in a shelter, and 11% are unsure where they would stay. Considering what we saw between Delta and Laura, with hotels and shelters being full across the region, these numbers are quite concerning. Approximately 32 million Americans have evacuated several times, with people living in the South being 3 times more likely to have to evacuate more than once than people in other regions. When considered together, all of this information begs the question, at what point does time, combined with recurrent evacuations, lead to relocation, whether it is by choice because you're fed up, emotionally, physically, economically exhausted, or out of desperation because you no longer have a place to return home to? It is my intention to address this situation by asking the questions: how can we reimagine hurricane evacuation shelters as a temporal bridge to meet the needs of communities that are facing recurrent evacuations, to provide basic amenities that minimize disruption, to allow individuals the agency to choose how and when to permanently relocate, and that are flexible, scalable, and designed for a changing environment and lifestyle. It is these final 3 characteristics that encourage the design of these shelters to consider the logic of the Japanese metabolism movement of the 1960s. Metabolism emerged in the post-war era as an architecture of resilience. It sought a new form of urbanism and wanted to reinvent the archetype of the city. It was designed to evolve with flexibility of space arrangement and the possibilities of future additions built into the design. While the vertically stacked Habitat 67 and the Nakajin Capsule Tower being some of the most recognizable buildings of this style, I have found myself more attracted to those designed along the horizontal grid. This led me to consider the design of mat buildings, which were defined by Alison Smithson in 1974 in the article, How to Recognize and Read Mat Building. She said that the lack of formal definition of mat building was key to the potential of multiplicity and that it was governed by notions of flexibility and growth. You can see how this lack of formal definition is evidenced by just the difference in forms going from more modular and exact to a little bit more contemporary, as seen in the Rolex Learning Center by Sana. The main metrics of mat buildings are metrics, program, and place. So, how do we apply the logic of a mat building to a hurricane evacuation shelter? First, we apply metric, shown here as a variety of grids, which we could apply as a base to program. Here, shown here, we see the programmatic elements of a hurricane evacuation shelter that hopefully would address some of the questions stated earlier. What amenities would help minimize disruption in times of crisis? And third, we see place. Here shown as an archetypical dual study of populations located outside of the federal levee system created after Hurricane Katrina, shown in red, as well as those within, where you can see the greater New Orleans area. The towns of Lafitte, Barataria, Jean Lafitte, and Crown Point were all under mandatory evacuations 3 times this year, yet also face the challenge of the only highway, shown here in pink, as well as, which is also the official hurricane evacuation route, being flooded and damaged in multiple of these storms. These towns have also been recognized as extremely vulnerable to sea level rise and coastal erosion, which are just two of the many challenges that are faced in this region. So, continuing with place, the chosen site of the new Hurricane Evacuation Center is a post-industrial site across the Mississippi River from New Orleans in a town called Westwego. Here you can see, oh, sorry, I'm having so much trouble with my slide, there's a delay. Here you can see the current conditions of the former Celotex plant, one that has much history in the neighborhood. We would test the logic of metabolism and mat building on this site by employing those three strategies: metric, program, on this place. To summarize, this proposal intends to use a reimagined hurricane emergency shelter as a temporal bridge that would grant these populations a safe place to take refuge during hurricane seasons like the one we just experienced, one that had multiple storms coming one right after another, placing stress on populations time after time after time again. By considering all of this, we will hopefully be able to address the questions posed at the beginning of this presentation. How can we reimagine hurricane evacuation shelters as a temporal bridge to meet the needs of communities that are facing recurrent evacuations, to provide basic amenities that minimize disruption, to allow individuals the agency to choose how and when to permanently relocate, and that are flexible, scalable, and designed for a changing environment and lifestyle. This proposal will apply research to a real-life, real-time situation that currently does not have a proposed designated solution. Thank you.
Thanks, Kat. Are there any questions for Kat before we jump into the moderated session? All right. Well, Kelly, are you ready to moderate this group of students?
I am. Thank you to all the students presenting, and to Ben for starting this off. As the first, say, moderator of this day, I'm not really sure how it's to work, but I will just go ahead and try. So I understand there's a series of respondents and myself that should all comment. Maybe I can start with a small comment and then ask each of our respondents. I don't know if that's how you imagined things to work.
That sounds okay with me.
Sounds okay. So, well, for me, as I said, thanks a lot for the presentations. I thought they were all very clear, very precise, and well presented, both verbally and also with your PowerPoints, with your graphics. I think the topics for me are quite fascinating. The complexities of the context and the particular sites that you're looking into were very well articulated, and they're of course huge issues. I mean, going from the whole issue around the sublime, linking that also to Lake Mead and the complexities of a place like Las Vegas, and then of course the two that are more bound to where you are in New Orleans. Maybe I just start with, I mean, I think there's a lot that can be said, but not to take all the time to start. And for me, maybe just a small question that is for all three of the students, and maybe to start the discussion with the respondents. I mean, I think that, again, the issue you're tackling, particularly around the say umbrella theme of climate change, is huge. It's fascinating, all of these crises that are upon us. But I'm a little puzzled, I have to say, in all three of the projects, at the kind of speed of which it seems like you already almost have a solution. To me, I wonder if and you have, it seems to me you all three of you have in mind a program, and if I can say a bit of a conventional program, and a building, and even investigations into facade and circulation. rethinking a bridge conceptually as a shelter, and also this kind of school that you spoke about, Gabrielle. So for me there, I was really excited in reading your abstracts and in understanding the way you've identified the precise program and asked quite complex questions. But for me, I wonder if we need to break out of our kind of compulsive behavior to create architecture that can solve things. I'm not so sure the architecture that we know or the urbanism that we know can actually address the problems that you're giving. So to me, they seem like they might be very beautiful things in themselves, very beautiful hyper objects or whatever we might want to call them. But I wonder how much they're kind of, I mean, I don't mean to say this in a critical sense. I mean it for a debate. How much are they a little bit beside the point, no? If we're looking at such big issues that, you know, an opera house, a kind of school, when we're talking about really these big issues of, you know, of the kind of recycling resources, and then also the bridge as evacuation. When for me, I wonder if it's more spending. I don't want to contradict also what you've been asked to do, so forgive me if I'm doing that. But I wonder if the research could kind of go a little bit longer. Well, of course, design and research we know is not linear, so it's always going to be a kind of iteration back and forth. But I don't know, maybe just as a way to put it out there is, I mean, how much can this kind of architecture really work towards addressing such huge and fascinating? So to me, our problem formulation is very, very precise and very good. But I'm curious of how quick we maybe still fall back to architecture and kind of conventional programs. So maybe I kind of start with that and ask the respondents to jump in and to either go with that or to completely go in another direction.
I think it's it's a good prompt, and one that certainly resonates in terms of the definitive nature of the output, and that's the pedagogical limitation in terms of thesis and I'm sure. But I think in ways, different ways, these projects have addressed that critique. I think in terms of Reed in the objective, and I think it was some spatial syntax drawing in there somewhere along the way. I could be wrong, but you know, in my mind, there's a kind of another plane of analysis associated with that inter-objective in spatial syntax that becomes methodological, that opens up a new realm from which I don't think it's a resolved design output. I think it's actually a developing method in a way. I think with Gabrielle, I think there's a real tension between restoration and regeneration that is unresolved, and I think the rendering at the end leaves and actually slides 22 and 23 where we see this future state. I think what we need is future states in the plural, and I think that if we were to acknowledge the idea that there are multiple pathways, some of which we have that are discontinuous, that may be future states that are amaterial in a way, nonetheless, I think that regeneration, restoration conflict there is really helpful in methodological terms. And I think with Kat, and I think Kat sums this up nicely, and I like the bringing in metabolism to this. I don't necessarily agree that it's necessarily the metrics program in place. Metrics maybe yes, but I think it was the growth component that you brought up that I think could be more explicit in methodological terms. But altogether, I actually see these projects trying and maybe not struggling, but certainly trying to work on the edges of designed adaptive capacity. and designing for this capacity to move in multiple different ways, whether it's from the moment, from point A to multiple iterations of future states, or the idea that in broader ecological terms, it's a little bit more of amorphous in material construction. So I think it's a very good prompt, and I appreciate it, and I also appreciate the ambition to try to drive a methodology or a different methodologies across different planes of analysis.
I have a question for Gabrielle, and then a question for Katharina. Gabrielle, you started out by breaking out sort of this trichotomy of constructed, natural, and social. And then you proceeded to, and this is an exact quote, analyze them independently. But I'm sure you would agree that in this deltaic environment, perhaps more so than any other, the constructed renders the natural unnatural and thus makes it in part habitable. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. And it makes other parts of it unsustainable, for which we might not be here in the future. So I'm wondering, could you think of another way to lay out those three constructed, natural, and social to reflect their three-dimensional interrelated relationships?
I think that's a good question. I mean, really, my idea of trying to like delaminate these layers is just a way to like start to step into like how you analyze these really complex interrelated systems. You know, by first kind of looking at them separately and then starting to overlap them again, I think is like, it's just one way to you know, help clarify how things are working together. And ideally in my mapping process, I would be trying to look at this kind of over time so that it's you're seeing how things interact kind of over, you know, in time rather than just kind of in some sort of static condition. So yeah, I think that that's at least my way of trying to tackle it, you know, by, you know, recognizing that these are really complex, but, you know, trying to start simply and then starting to you know, layer things to understand where synergies occur. So if you have any other methods, I'd be curious to hear.
Great. For Katharina, this is a big footprint intervention, right? The CLFX plant is a brownfield site. It costs lots of money. And you're designing it for the possible use of a relatively small number of people. Many people already have ways of evacuating. They have family, et cetera, for at most, let's call it 1 week a year. And that's in a bad year. My question is, why not design it for the other 51 weeks of the year for the broader West Bank population? And for whatever, community center, school space, meeting space, and then adapt in the possible use of an evacuation shelter.
I think that is actually a wonderful idea. The fun part about the metabolism and the map buildings is that the flexibility is built into the program of these spaces. And I recognize that I should have emphasized the flexibility and the potential for growth a little bit more than the metrics and program in place. And so I do think that that is something that I will consider now into the next semester, is to have a larger facility that's designed for this area, which has definitely experienced disinvestment over the past several decades, and then try to figure out ways to include space for people that do have to evacuate, because you're right, it is only for a small amount of time. Even though this year we did see that, you know, in 6 weeks, there were people that were still in shelters and still in hotels. So, you know, that's an extreme case, but if it is happening more and more often, I definitely want to prioritize the shelter aspect, but I do recognize that having a larger facility that the shelter is built into is also a very logical approach. So thank you for that.
I think you both have some mediated middle ground to the extent that, and this is a very practical consideration, but it's a real one that comes up in these contexts, is in terms of fair housing access. Your ability to limit that to a particular population is quite limited. And my sense, Kat, and you brought up a very good point, which is that, you know, short-term duration housing tenure very often can lead to long-term. And I think the reality is it would be a very chaotic set of populations circumstantially that would come together, and it wouldn't be a kind of from this zone to this zone. I think it would be quite diverse in from whom you would draw into that population, in resident population, that is.
So should we just speak up, Ben? How should we do this?
Yes,
Yeah.
Well, go ahead, Carol.
Okay, so actually, very quickly, I actually see convergence between Reed's project and Gabrielle's. I mean, I see them both as as projects in the secular sublime. The reason I say this is because I just actually happened upon Gabrielle's site when I was preparing for a Harvard symposium a month ago, and I see that area as sublime. I also see Reed's area as sublime, and here's my point. I think both of you, you know, in these projects, and back to Kelly's point, there is, I think it's incumbent upon both of you to use these sites for teaching. I don't mean that in a literal way. I think to be in those landscapes and to articulate somehow those landscapes in such a way that you are able to inform everyone who visits about the issues that they raise. And this is a very broad stroke idea, but actually, Reed, when you said opera, I thought you were going to compose a libretto and write an opera. Are you doing that?
No, I am
Anyway,
not skilled in that.
I could hear the opera playing in my head, but that's the springboard for my comment. You know, I mean, whatever these sites can do to teach everyone who's there about, you know, how we can read them as signs, I think that's incredibly important. And then for Kat, you know, because I have students in the methods course who are now working on these issues. And, you know, I think this length of time is so important in terms of how long folks need to inhabit shelters. And I'm not really sure, you know, we saw that with the trailers, you know, people living in them for years. So, you know, because they didn't want to relocate. And I'm not sure how that gets filtered into the way you're thinking about this, but I think it's critical. That's it.
Can I also maybe, I would like to make another comment, maybe helpful for, a comment and question for each of you. So for me, starting with Reed, I mean, I think your presentation was really very, very strong, and you had me all the way until I mean, what came for me, I have to say, a little bit out of the blue, what was the notion of the program, was the opera, and then the way you plan to also investigate facades and circulation in particular. And I just wonder what that maybe comes from. I mean, in thinking about this, what I found really fascinating about your presentation was this talking about these hyper objects, and then the kind of, this as you even called it, this kind of these 4 different sublimes, or even 5 within Las Vegas and within the territory of the uranium, this kind of heavily polluted terror of a site, and then going all the way into its kind of the Lake Mead and the kind of winning of man over nature, then for me, I'm very puzzled of how it comes back to then falling onto an opera house, also knowing that, yeah, the opera house, well, I mean, and to a certain extent, well, how that became, if we're talking about a kind of a future, are there not new programs, rather than one that still remains, at least in my mind, very much, unless it's a complete reinvention of the opera, but remains a kind of bastion of old European kind of enshrined culture. So I wonder, I was really surprised with opera. I mean, it just, it seemed to me a little bit come out of, and I wonder how did you land on that? If you could explain that, or is it more a metaphorical notion? I'm puzzled about the opera.
Yeah, so the program of what would be designed in this landscape, I think we pretty easily landed on this landscape. You know, I guess I should back up. The thesis started with interest in the idea of the sublime and hyperobjects, and how hyperobjects kind of demanded this aesthetic of the sublime. And so this landscape in particular seemed like a natural place to explore that, because of kind of the things that you mentioned, and all the things that are with Las Vegas and the Yucca Mountain and Lake Mead. So there's just so many sublime things that are intersecting at this site. So the site was seemed like a pretty natural exploration. The program is something that I struggled with for quite some time, but I do think it maybe wasn't explained as well as I would have liked in the presentation, but I think it kind of came about with, and you know, I mentioned it briefly and in passing, kind of this idea of spectacle, and how there's this spectacle aspect to Las Vegas, and there's spectacle aspect to opera, and opera being kind of this, a lot of opera being more about kind of the spectacle than the actual performance, and kind of this being seen, and at least the history of opera. And so, you know, as I continue to explore the program, you know, I don't have tons of knowledge of opera, so I'm not coming at it with any kind of preconceived notions of what opera is or can be or should be. But I do get and I do struggle with the criticism of it being kind of this imposition of European culture. That's some of the people I've been reading have commented on that. And so kind of balancing that going forward in this landscape. But I think there's this sublime aspect, and so to opera as well. And I do think that there is a relationship between architecture and opera, that there's a lot of parallels between architecture and opera. You know, opera, in my mind at least, opera is not, struggles over what it is, and what defines opera versus musical theater is similar to what defines architecture versus building. And so some of these things, there's this like natural relationship between the two that I don't think has really been explored or written about much. And I think that this all provides an opportunity to do that. And in addition, kind of one final kind of way that this program was arrived at is thinking about other sublime landscapes and other media that have, or culture. I'm getting at that the film Fitzcarraldo by Werner Herzog, where this opera in the jungle is proposed, and it's a critique of a lot of things. It serves as a critique of a lot of things, including kind of colonialism and imperialism, etc. So I think that kind of idea, that kind of speculative idea will produce some fruitful explorations. And I don't know necessarily where it's going. So that part kind of excites me.
Okay, good. And maybe just
yeah. Sorry. No, Kelly, I just, you know, if anybody's ever been to the Santa Fe Opera, in that landscape, that's why I can see this. I could see it immediately, you know, that, you know, you're in the landscape, you're surrounded by the landscape. It's really important. And Reed, I have a couple of operas or more in my
Please.
in my oeuvre that I will send you, that I think you should listen to and read as you work on this.
Please, because one of the things that kind of exploring is part of this is thinking about what kind of operas could be performed there, and so absolutely, I'm interested.
Well, maybe just to make a very quick comment for Gabrielle, I think it's very fascinating. One thing I would maybe, I suppose you started doing it already because you showed also sections, but I imagine that really designing and working in section will help enormously. I think also when you start looking at the section of understanding topography, microtopography, but also bathymetry, and how you get to design both. No, I think in your what I found really beautiful in your story, and I wonder if you can tie it back into your bigger picture, was when you were doing this kind of delayering, say at the territorial scale, where you had the water system, and then you had the kind of constructed landscape of the levees and the different infrastructures, but also, and then of course urbanization, but also really fascinating was the whole kind of pipes and petrol kind of sprawl in the water, in the sea. And I wonder if also there was a kind of imagery in your before and after kind of very conceptual section, I think, where you had today you had some of these kind of oil platforms, and then in the future you had windmills. But I wonder if you can actually go into that a little bit more, also that it becomes really more part of the story of how this regeneration and almost recycling of this post-petrol world that hopefully we'll get to sooner than later, if that can really become much more part of the story. And also, as that happens in the sea, how does the kind of reforming, you were talking about dredging, I think the whole kind of landscape of the water and the landscape, the topography, so the bathymetry of in offshore and even of canals, and then the topography of the land, if that can become a really something that you design as much as you might design a building. Because to me it seems this kind of playing with earthwork and landform has very much been part of the history of the city. And when you put into these categories of the kind of the constructed, the natural, and the social, I mean, to me, it's what is the new, and you're talking about, of course, these hybrids. I think it can start to become very exciting of how to mix, say, previously unmixable things, no? So I think there's, that to me, it would be really fascinating to go deep into sections. And then maybe just a small comment also for Kat. Well, of course, the metabolists I think are super interesting. Also map building, but again, I wonder if also you could look, for me, looking to people like Junya Ishigami and some of the present day, particularly Japanese architects. Are really interesting. I think they of course have to me, someone like Junya Ishigami. He had a wonderful exhibit some time ago in Paris at the Fondation Cartier called Freeing Architecture, and it was a wonderful exhibit where he rethought the relationships of architecture in relation to the environment and really came up with, I think, very new ways to express. So built on a tradition that I think was grounded in strong the Japanese precedents like metabolist, etc. But then also leaped to a kind of completely new forms of thinking of territory, of thinking also of architecture. So I would encourage you to also, I think going back to historic precedents is super important, but also I think there's a lot of exciting ways that heritage is being interpreted by others at this point as well. That might be helpful to look at. But I do see that Nick is here. Nick, did you also want to, and Scott, and who else is supposed to be? Are there others who want to comment? There's a lot happening in the chat box.
This is Nick speaking. Do you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you a little bit.
Yes. I put on my microphone. Can you hear me?
It's a little choppy.
It's a little choppy. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. So
perhaps if you turn off your video, the signal would be clearer.
I'll try that. Okay. Is it better now? I turned off the video.
No, sorry.
Still too bad. Just go on and I'll type it in the chat.
Yeah, it's very broken, your voice, unfortunately.
Well, we can probably jump to the next panel. I think this was a fantastic conversation. I absolutely loved it. Thank you, Kelly, for moderating. Your initial prompt was fantastic. It's one of those questions that I think we always struggle with about like when to introduce program. And so, I think it's really important for the students to be aware of how they're addressing that and the ways in which they promote the bigger issues and the subjects of their theses going forward. And thank you to the respondents. I mean, I don't know, I hope the students all loved it as much as I did, but I found it super, super productive for me, and hopefully you all as well.
Can I just interject just a moment? I think there's a comment from Scott on the chat that might be interesting. You have a couple of minutes to point out.
Oh yeah, Scott, did you want to say something?
Not necessarily. I thought we were meant to keep quiet, we directors, and let the important people speak. But maybe Margarita is referring to my initial response to the prompt today, which I thought Kelly's prompt was extraordinary and really great for getting us thinking about these connections between what we're aspiring to do and what tools we have to do it with. And my thought, actually, this fits in with my theme for the week, which is a kind of caution and trepidation and modesty and shrinking from the giant challenges before us, which I can't imagine why I'm thinking that way right now. But I just wrote that I wonder if perhaps if we go about defining these enormous challenges, we then turn to find the tools and capacities we have as a discipline and as a body of knowledge inadequate to face them. And so one response, which I think is the dominant one and the implied one by Kelly's prompt, is that we need to create new tools and new devices for addressing these new challenges that are beyond the scope of our previous thought. And I didn't mean to be simplistic or sarcastic, but the other way to go about it might be to rethink the definition of the problems, to try and define problems in terms of the tools that we have within our grasp. Maybe both of those activities are warranted, that it seems like immediate action would be contingent on what we know, and longer term action would be contingent on what we hope to know or hope to be able to do in the future. And I think there's quite a bit of room for both of those activities. And of these theses I'm looking at, that we were just presented with, I feel like Kat is pursuing this closest to working with what we know, to address a narrower and more tightly defined problem set. Whereas Rita and Gabrielle are focusing on you know, a bigger magnitude of problem and talking about the creation of tools and design responses that are unknown. And to them, I thank them for their enthusiasm and ambition. I just caution them at the overwhelming nature of that task. I'm a kind of timid person who's easily overwhelmed, so I'm not the best person to listen to in that regard, but it sounds very challenging to make the links to program. And this transition over the winter break, I think, is really important for the two of you to think of the subset within the huge range of things that you've described that you could actually address with some old tools and some speculative ones as well. But Margarita, is that the one you meant? Or did you want me to talk about?
Yeah,
I love that somebody would talk about Fitzcarraldo in a thesis again. It just warmed the cockles of my heart. So
fantastic. Okay, so I think we can wrap on this session unless there are any concluding comments from any of the panelists, critics, respondents, moderators. Wonderful. I just got word that Maurice Cox will be joining us at 11:25. And so we'll just start a little bit later than we had scheduled. We're still on track for staying pretty well on time. So let's take maybe 5 minutes just to reset and start thinking about the next set of panels. And then we'll reconvene at 11:25 unless if there's other suggestions from the group.
As long as my microphone's on, let me just say this is really impressive to me. I'm delighted to see what you all are doing and how cleverly this is coming forward.
Yeah.
Also, if I could just make one final comment, Ben, for I didn't mean, I hope I was encouraging enough. I mean,
oh yeah,
impressive. I think the work, it's really will be exciting to see how it evolves. But I think also Scott's point. I mean, I think it is the moment in time when we are kind of in the midst of all of these cascading crises. I think even what we saw from the kind of onslaught of hurricanes that you've had there, even more than say in Belgium where we're sitting with COVID. But I think it is about finding new tools and also a new vocabulary. I mean, by naming things and by creating new words, I think it's really good that you've written out in a very precise way your abstracts and research questions. But I wonder if also, again, instead of always falling back, I think to the vocabulary we know, if we can understand, I mean, I think you've started to do it very much, Reid, by looking at things like hyper objects, but I think there is a new vocabulary emerging. I think it's emerging much quicker outside of architecture and urbanism. It's emerging much quicker in other fields, in geography, in anthropology, in science, in evolutionary biology. So I think also during your winter break, you know, I would encourage you to read some things that are outside of architecture and urbanism. To be able to again feed us. No, I think there's a lot of really more radical and more exciting work somehow outside of our own field than within the field that we can cleverly use as a way to rethink a new vocabulary. So buy some good books and then read a lot during your Christmas break. And thanks for letting me see your work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to everyone.
Awesome. So we have 5 minutes to reset. So grab some fresh coffee if you need it, and we'll be back in a few moments.
It's the same link anyway.
Yeah, it's the same link.
So we can stay here.
Sorry, can we do a sound check? 1, 2, 3.
Oh, yeah,
can
perfect.
you hear me by now? Or?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, I switched some USB connections, so I hope the video and the mic keeps on, and that it stays the same with the following connection.
Perfect.
Great.
Hello, by the way. Hello, Margarita and others.
How are you?
lately I have problems with the video staying on or moving, and then when I change from USB connections, also the mic starts making funny reactions. But okay.
Now it sounds really well. The sound is perfect.
Oh, strange, but good. That's
St. Nicholas, happy Saint.
Yes, this is our evening.
Here is Maurice Cox. Hi, how are you?
Hello, hello. I'm just eavesdropping in until I guess 11:30.
Maurice, good morning. How are you?
Hello,
Thank you for
good,
joining.
good.
Let me introduce you, Nick Hassendonk
Hi,
from the Netherlands. Hi, Nick. Maurice
Hello.
Cox is the head of the commissioner of the Department of Planning of Chicago and former faculty member at UVA and at Tulane, and also former planner of Detroit. Now, Maurice, is that accurate?
Nice to get to know you.
Good to be here.
Margarita, you want to introduce Nick?
Yeah, Nick is in the Netherlands, in several places. He wears several hats, right? Nick, you are at the Department of Economics and Agriculture, is that right?
By now it's a known Department of Agriculture and Nature Conservation.
And Nature Conservation, so it has changed then, and also linked to Wageningen University. And promoting also on the particular side neighborhood, ecological neighborhood in Kolenborg in the Netherlands.
So connected to the Academy of Arts of Amsterdam.
Excellent, excellent. Nice. And who else? I'm trying to recall. Is it just us two?
No, we are just making a pause of 5 minutes because we were waiting
we'll start again
for you to come in.
At 11:30.
Great.
And we have the three students presenters.
Which one is first?
Michael Bailey with Scott Bernard as director. Michael, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Maurice Cox, the moderator there, and Nick Hassendonk, respondent there in the screen. The next one is Andrew Porten with Margarita as director in Agriculture and Habitation in the Midwest. And the third one is the one you know, Evan Barber, in the Chicago River.
Great.
And we have other respondents. So you will start the conversation after the presentation of the three students, and some other respondents will also participate.
So just help me with the run of show is the student presents, and I just moderate the conversation in terms of asking the respondents questions, or how does it play out? How has it played out this morning?
Started Kelly Shannon, the moderator, was posing questions to the students, and also that questions were provoking the participation of the respondents. Jesse Keenan is there. Maurice, let me introduce you. Jesse is associate professor of real estate, and he's a major expert in real estate and climate change. Just arrived to Tulane this summer. You probably have read him in the New York Times and a number of other places.
And your announcement, your faculty announcement, I was really quite impressed. Great to see you in Tulane.
Oh, thank you for spending the time on a Saturday. That's the real thing.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. Is it Mayor Cox?
It's Commissioner Cox now. But you know, it's kind of weird when people don't call you your name anymore.
Yeah. But Maurice was mayor of Charlottesville also.
Right. Yeah.
That's a long CV, Maurice.
Yeah, that's my baptism into the politics of the built environment was in Charlottesville, and given its recent chapter, you can imagine how what a powder keg it actually was, even though a lot of things were not being addressed openly. So,
And Maurice, we will have also as respondents Carol Rees, Scott Bernard, both well known for you.
Are they on the call? I haven't scrolled through. I see.
I think they are taking a quick break.
Okay, excellent. So you have how many respondents for the students?
Jesse, Nick, Kelly may stay, Carol Rees, Scott. It's an open conversation.
Great. And I'm sorry, but how long is their presentation and how much time is there for the Q&A?
So students have 12 minutes to present, and there's a little bit of time if there's any clarification that they are being asked. And after the 3 presentations, we have a half an hour of conversation.
Okay. So you're taking the questions after all 3 students have presented?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was wondering, are the projects that they show their final thesis work, or is it just a part of the final thesis, or how can I understand it?
This is the semester of preparation, of investigation to launch the final thesis semester.
Okay. So with these preparations, they go on and then they make their final thesis work or their final project. Okay.
Ben is here. I pass the baton to Ben, who is the actual boss. Also, Richard Campanella is among the respondents.
Yeah, I don't see Maurice yet in the.
Yes.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
Oh, there he is.
Who's that speaking? I don't see you either.
Ben Smith. Sorry, I thought this was in alphabetical order, but it's not. Welcome, Maurice. Welcome back to Tulane.
No,
I believe you maybe left us right before I started here, so it's a pleasure to meet you in this virtual format.
No, it's great. It's great to be back. You know, we're traveling incredible numbers of miles with great ease, sitting here right in our chair.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing, actually. Well, thank you for joining us. Just to introduce Maurice to everybody, he is currently the City of Chicago. He's currently running as a planner for the City of Chicago Department of Planning. And you're an urbanist and a longtime academic. So thank you for joining us. The students will be thrilled to have you moderating this panel. I do want to, would it be useful, Iñaki, if I kind of restated the format of the thesis sequence? Yeah. Okay, so I just want to briefly restate the sequence of thesis. So for Maurice's benefit, it's probably a little bit different than when you were working at Tulane. But this is the graduate thesis sequence, and this is the fall semester where they did their thesis research. And it was toward the development of a research proposal for a design thesis in the spring. And so this is a three credit class, which is overseen by a faculty director. And so each of the students is working independently with a faculty director. I coordinate the thesis sequence, but each of the students works predominantly with their chosen faculty director. And then in the spring, they continue working in an independent format with that faculty member, but they also have an accompanied 3-credit independent thesis research seminar. And the ambition with that is to help augment the design work of the thesis studio with the ambition of producing a publishable body of work in some capacity, whether that's a conference paper, a journal article, or an exhibition. It's really up to the students and the faculty member to determine what kind of output they would like to see for the longer life of this project. And so the students have been thematically organized into 3 categories for today. So climate change, urban reform, and future publics. And obviously you're the moderator for urban reform, Maurice. And the students that will be presenting today are Michael Bailey, who's working with Scott Bernard, Andrew Porton, who is working with Margarita Joubert, and Evan Warder, who is working with Iñaki Alde. I got that correct, right, everybody? I think I did. And so we will do a 12-minute presentation from the students. There will be a 3-minute period if needed for any clarifying questions or anything like that directly to each of the students. And then at the end of the session, or after each of the students has presented, there will be a 30-minute panel discussion. And with opportunities to pose questions, get the students talking, as well as hear from our faculty respondents, who include Richard Campanella, Jesse Keenan, Carol Reese, and Nick Hazendonk. And okay, I did okay with that one. Great. So unless if there are any questions from any of the panelists, moderators, or respondents, we can begin.
Kelly Shannon is also staying.
Oh, yeah.
Which is great.
Yeah, thank you, Kelly, for staying. Kelly Shannon from University of Leuven was the first panel moderator, and we had a fantastic discussion about the students' projects just a moment ago. Are there any other questions that I can address at this moment before we begin? Wonderful. All right, so Michael, are you ready to begin?
Yes.
All right, fantastic.
Hi, everyone. My name is Michael Bailey, and my thesis director is Scott Bernard. My thesis proposal is titled Renew, Reinvigorate, Reimagine, a case for re-envisioning the West Bank's overlooked industrial riverfront. So in initiating this research, I've begun by analyzing opposing sets of architectural competition entries at both the landscape scale and the post-industrial riparian scale. The landscape scale competitions are Parc des La Villette in Paris, Downsview Park in Toronto, and the post-industrial riparian scaled competition of the Yangtze River Master Plan in Wuhan, China. So in terms of landscape scaled interventions, these represent the broader category that my research is focused on. These types of interventions relate specifically to landscapes and how they are affected by human intervention. The first landscape scaled precedent I focused on analyzing was the Parc des La Villette competition in Paris, specifically Bernard Schumy's proposal, which personified the idea of objects adjusting order within a landscape, as well as from Koolhaas's competing proposal, which proposed the idea of programmatic instability paired with architectural specificity. Schumy proposed that the park be organized using a grid system that orders the landscape with little follies intended to help visitors situate themselves within the park, which is rather large, while Koolhaas put forth the idea of creating connections and superimpositions in the form of horizontal bands that create a sort of continuous atmosphere throughout the park. The other landscape scale precedent I analyzed was the Downsview Park competition in Toronto, specifically Koolhaas's Tree City proposal, which suggests that objects should lose importance in favor of landscape, as well as Schumy's competing proposal, which proposed that the digital and the wild were made to mix. Koolhaas proposed that the park be organized using a superimposition of layers consisting of trees, pathways, and programmatic points of interest, emphasizing natural permeability where objects or buildings recede in the landscape, while Schumy put forth the idea of two realities, the digital and the wild, permeating one another in a manner that lends itself to regenerating the park's wilderness. In contrast to the two landscape scaled competitions I studied, I also researched riparian scaled interventions, which represent ecological, infrastructural, and architectural endeavors focused on land directly adjacent to a river. In researching these types of interventions, specifically in post-industrial settings, I focused my attention on the Yangtze River Master Plan competition in Wuhan. I began by studying OMA's initial proposal, which advocated for resisting nature, being the river, through infrastructure, while the competing entry, which was actually a later proposal formulated by Sasaki and Gensler in collaboration with OMA, proposes creating a symbiosis between the city and the river. In comparing these two projects, OMA's initial proposal focused on containing the river through infrastructure, establishing connections along, above, and below the river, while the revised proposal seeks to celebrate the river's spontaneity by incorporating flooding and restoring wetland microenvironments. So in researching each of these precedents, I kept arriving at the conclusion that the proposals that initially won each of these competitions were not necessarily the most appropriate approaches when compared to their losing counterparts in relation to site. In fact, a pattern emerged where I began viewing the losing entries as the conceptual winners. So the research question I arrived at was, can I revive the underlying strategies and approaches put forth by these conceptual winners and apply them to a different site? In hypothesizing how I would test this thesis, I chose the West Bank of New Orleans as my proposed site, specifically the post-industrial riparian region stretching from the Crescent City connection down to the Westwego River landing, as well as Bayou Signet State Park, which ultimately opens up to the bayous and swamps further south. Historically, the West Bank served as the productive backdoor to New Orleans, representing a thriving industrial, riverine, mercantilist, agricultural economy. In Professor Campanella's new book, The West Bank of Greater New Orleans, he described the West Bank's riverine region as the city's breadbasket, operating as its shipbuilder, railroad terminal, cannery row, train manufacturer, and livestock hub. Similarly to New Orleans' East Bank, the West Bank's riverfront was also subjected to levee construction during the 30s. The intervention effectively prevented the seasonal flooding that has historically plagued the region from occurring, while also cutting the city off from the river almost entirely. Today, New Orleans' West Bank is littered with abandoned industrial sites and unutilized stretches of batture on the riverside of the levee. Additionally, due to continual subsidence, the West Bank's communities grow more and more dependent on the existing levee system to protect them from rising river levels and hurricane storm surge, which continues to intensify due to climate change. So how can these conceptually winning strategies from the Parc de la Valette, Downview Park, and Yangtze River competitions be deployed and synthesized in a manner that revitalizes the West Bank's post-industrial riverfront? By reviving the unrealized competition proposals, including Cool House's connections and superimpositions from Parc de la Valette, Shumi's harmonious mixing of the built and natural environment, and Sasaki and Gensler's incorporation of flooding, I'm proposing that a synthesis of these conceptually winning strategies could be an effective approach for reimagining the West Bank's riverfront. In expanding upon this initial hypothesis, I elected to explore a synthesis of the aforementioned strategies within the same realm through which they were created, an architectural competition. I began by studying the existing state of the West Bank's post-industrial riverfront, more specifically, what could be done from an architectural perspective to improve this riparian region for both local populations and New Orleans as a whole. The goal of this riverine scaled competition is to develop a comprehensive and sustainable master plan aimed at revitalizing and reactivating the West Bank's post-industrial riverfront. Factors to consider when designing this include, but are not limited to, restoring aspects of the region's natural ecologies to function as they did prior to levee intervention, to reinvigorate crumbling industrial structures by giving them new life through sustainable industrial initiatives, to pay homage to the rich and extensive cultural histories of the West Bank's noteworthy communities, and to establish a free-flowing connection and accessibility to the riverfront for residents of the aforementioned communities. The purpose of this is to see that the unrealized and overlooked potential of the West Bank's riverfront, with its high topographical elevation, its vacancy, and its proximal views of land and access to the river and downtown New Orleans, make this competition relevant and necessary not only for the residents of the West Bank, but for the metropolis as a whole. Once the competition brief was established, I developed a standard diagrammatic framework to be utilized in approaching the project from a design perspective. I began with the Mississippi River and the Harvey Canal, which currently separates Westwego and Marrero to the left from Harvey and Gretna to the right. Next, I overlaid the existing site with the immediate French long lot or armpit lines, which historically subdivided the land. Historically, the French primarily colonized riverine environments, and as a result, they developed a system of land subdivision that effectively created long lots. These lots maximized the productive configuration of riparian regions, traditionally consisting of a small amount of immediate river frontage and a large amount of fertile land which grew in width as the parcel extended away from the river. This method for land subdivision has heavily shaped the urban formation of the West Bank's grid system, as well as that of the New Orleans East Bank. And as such, I concluded that it was the most effective and relevant factor for establishing a system of logic on which to predicate design proposals. I also included the West Bank's levee system as it exists today, which noticeably highlights the potential batture opportunities that lie between the levee and the river itself. In establishing a logical system of order for design, I extrapolated the horizontal arpent lines, as well as the vertical long lot lines, which run perpendicular to the river. I then overlaid these two configurations and focused solely on the immediate riparian region. Once the competition was fully developed, I began testing each of the proposed strategies from the aforementioned competition entries for Parc de la Valette, Downview Park, and the Yangtze River Master Plan competition, including both the winning entries and the self-appointed conceptual winners. I began with Shumi's proposals. If Shumi's strategy from Parc de la Valette was deployed on the West Bank's riverfront, it could be argued that he might utilize the centralized intersections of the horizontal and vertical arpent lines to inform specific locations for constructing little follies or points of interest along the riverfront. If Shumi's conceptually winning strategy from Downsview Park was deployed by the West Bank's riverfront, perhaps he might utilize the historic perpendicular long lot lines to suggest a symbiotic mixity of two realities, the man-made and the natural. Next, I tested Coolhouse's approaches. If Coolhouse's strategy from Downsview Park was deployed on the West Bank's riverfront, it could be argued that he might take an approach that favors the natural over the built, establishing an expansive riverfront park with ample vegetation and natural permeability. If Coolhouse's conceptually winning strategy from Parc de la Valette was deployed on the West Bank's riverfront, perhaps he might utilize the historic horizontal long lot lines to create connections and superimpositions, establishing a continuous atmospheric integration between the river and the adjacent communities. After testing the landscape scaled approaches, I hypothesized how the riparian-focused competition strategies might be deployed in the West Bank. First, I considered OMA's initial approach from the Yangtze River competition. If this strategy was deployed on the West Bank's riverfront, it would more or less perpetuate the current approach of resisting nature by maintaining and improving existing levee infrastructure. Next, I considered what Sasaki and Gensler's revised proposal might look like. If this revised strategy developed in collaboration with OMA was deployed on the West Bank's riverfront, a symbiosis between the city and the river might be created, which begins to restore the region's natural ecologies by incorporating flooding and celebrating the river's spontaneity. By theoretically evaluating how each of these aforementioned strategies might unfold on the West Bank's post-industrial riverfront, I've once again concluded that the conceptual winners, or better yet, a synthesizing of these conceptually winning strategies, might be the most appropriate response to a competition call for revitalizing this riparian region. But what might the synthesis look like? This proposed synthesis reveals three overarching strategies. Renewal, represented in Sasaki and Gensler's conceptually winning strategy of creating symbiosis between the city and the river. Reinvigoration, manifested in Shumi's conceptually winning strategy of establishing a harmonious mixity of two realities, the man-made and the natural. And reimagination, represented by Coolhouse's strategy for making connections and superimpositions to create a continuous atmospheric integration between the river and the local communities. Based on my few initial site visits to the West Bank over the course of the semester, I've determined that this conceptually winning framework for revitalizing this riparian region is very much rooted in practical and mutually beneficial application. From the renewal perspective, a number of potential opportunities lie in revisiting how water in all its forms is viewed and managed. Practically speaking, New Orleans has passed the point of no return when it comes to subsidence and levee dependence. However, sustainable practices such as the integration of floodable parks and water diversion features, in conjunction with improving and transforming the current levee system, can and should be incorporated into the expansive batcher areas that currently lie for the most part untouched between the river and the levee. From the reinvigoration perspective, the surplus of dormant industrial sites dotting the West Bank's riverfront represent opportunities for sustainable industrial investment. For instance, New Orleans' primary and really only substantial industry, at least outside of COVID times, is tourism. Tourism produces an endless supply of glass waste. Recently, small grassroots initiatives have been spearheaded across the city to collect glass waste for recycling and eventual conversion into sand for combating shoreline erosion. However, there's currently no large-scale facility, at least locally, that can accomplish this extensive and complete breakdown process. In fact, the majority of the current glass recycling is shipped on a train to Birmingham, Alabama to undergo the conversion process. This almost entirely defeats the purpose from an environmental perspective of recycling glass in the first place. The West Bank's riverfront, however, is practically overflowing with potential post-industrial locations poised for housing a large-scale sustainable recycling center. Another unutilized resource is the river itself. If harnessed effectively, the continuous flow of the Mississippi River could be a major provider of clean, renewable energy to power reinvigorated industrial sites along the West Bank's riverfront. And what better place to establish a renewable energy center than in one of the many abandoned industrial sites in the West Bank's riparian region? The West Bank is also home to one of New Orleans' best kept secrets, the Westwego Seafood Market. This collection of brightly colored open air markets offers fresh seafood sold by local shrimpers and fishermen fresh off the boat. This lot sits directly adjacent to the local marina inlet where countless shrimp boats are docked and opens up to the Bayou Signette to the south. The production of New Orleans' famous seafood can be largely attributed to the fishing and shrimping families of the West Bank, counting back generations. The riparian riverfront boasts ample industrial locations, which could prove viable for bringing back the West Bank's role as a major cannery and commercial seafood epicenter. And lastly, from the reimagination perspective, the West Bank has an extensive history of recreational and leisure attractions that are all but non-existent today, aside from the occasional swamp tour. Bayou Signet State Park, which lies just a short drive south of the riparian site in question, adjacent to the Westwego Seafood Market and shrimp docks, is home to an abandoned wave pool, hiking trails, boat launches, campgrounds, and even floating rentable cabins on the bayou itself. Establishing a recreational corridor that connects the riverfront to the state park itself could very well revive these once lively destinations and the riverfront as a whole. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. Are there any clarifying questions from the moderators or respondents?
I do have a question. The competition brief as a format to explore this, are you proposing that as the result of your 3-credit seminar? Or is that, so I wasn't clear how you will be using the competition format in your investigation.
Yeah, so I sort of was using it more so as a baseline or framework with which to explore the different strategies from the previous competitions. So to kind of give them a level playing field and understand, you know, the site, what's sort of the goal of this research, and I guess the goal of the revitalization of the West Banks Riverfront in general. So kind of establishing a baseline for each of these design strategies to be deployed.
But in your own work next semester, you will be making a design proposition.
Yes, it'll be, again, a synthesis of those conceptually winning strategies from this hypothetical competition.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you, Michael. Andrew, are you ready to present?
Yes, I am.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Andrew Porton, and my thesis title is Closing the Loop, Agriculture and Habitation in the Midwest. As a new model for inhabiting the Midwest, in order to do that, we need to deconstruct the American food system, rearrange components to function to a decentralized way at an appropriate intermediate scale, blending circular systems into sustainable urban models for Midwestern cities. So the goal for this investigation is to employ circular infrastructure systems, shrink a metropolitan area's carbon footprint, and merge agriculture and urban growth models. Beginning with climate change data, a 5 to 8 degree Fahrenheit rise by the end of this century directly threatens agricultural land across the country. The Midwest is squarely in this affection zone. More specifically, though, water, flooding, and drought are more factors. So a 42% rise in volume during heavy rainfall events has occurred over the past century, but that entire change has occurred in the past 60 years, contemporary or concurrent with the rise of commercial agriculture in the Midwest and in California. Eventually, productive land will rely on flood management and ground permeability to remain viable. Specifically, the year 2019 saw one of the wettest years on record. The majority of the Corn Belt or the upper Midwest has seen 2 to 3 times the precipitation it normally sees in a period of 60 days or March and April. And it's directly affected the corn planting progress, directly delayed it by several months. Many of the farms remained fallow for the entire year. The Central Valley in California is what we rely on for the vast amount of our produce. It's about 70% of produce for the US food market, 95% of broccoli, 91% strawberries, etc. This is a land about the size of West Virginia, or about 18,000 square miles. And it's plagued by drought and water issues. Between 2004 and 2013, loss of 53 million acre feet of groundwater. This lowered the entire Central Valley's aquifers by 5 feet, and is equivalent to 4 annual flows of the Colorado River. This is because farmers are continuing to drill into the aquifer to supplement their water allotment from the Californian state government and to increase irrigation and increase output despite drought conditions. This proves that as a long-term solution, California is too unstable for indefinite agricultural production on a national scale. The Corn Belt is a more viable region for resiliency and sustainability. It produces primarily livestock feed and to fuel the meatpacking process for America. It's naturally fertile from glacial soil, and water is not a scarce resource. But due to increased flooding and rainfall, the fertilization from these farms continues to flow into the Gulf of Mexico. It's been documented that 29% of the nitrogen entering the Gulf is from Iowa alone, and that's 300 times more potent than CO2. That also includes a 300% increase of water runoff from compacted soil from improper farming practices. This is all due to the over-fertilization, commercialization, and monoculture as a major proponent of an industrial linear society instead of an organic circular society. In order to correct this, a decentralization is in order surrounding metropolitan cities in the Midwest in order to find an urban model that efficiently uses metropolitan areas for food production. So using Indianapolis as a surrogate and a representative for Midwestern metropolis, its population is 1.8 million people. The core city is 400 square miles, but the metropolis is 3,400 square miles with a rough population density of urban areas at 2,200 per square mile and metropolitan areas of 400 per square mile. Its food radius to the Central Valley is 1,870 miles, and that's in the best case scenario. The worst case scenario is in the winter when our food radius extends down to Chile. If we shrink this to a metropolitan radius, which would be a 30-mile radius or 60-mile diameter, the land area required to produce enough produce for 50% of the year would be 62 square miles, or 2.2% of the land area, excluding the urban center. And this can be substituted for a growing season in the Midwest or May through October. Decentralizing that further to the 9 satellite cities, over 25,000 people surrounding Indianapolis with a 10-mile radius. Per satellite, the land area needed for produce production or anything other than grain or livestock would only be 6.8 square miles. This would be a decentralized hyperlocal food production, reorganizing a metropolitan area around more efficient use and conservation of natural resources. And it also increases the resiliency on civic infrastructure for the larger city. In order to do this, hydrology would need to be the foundation with intense watershed management, flood management, potable water and black water infrastructure systems. Building on top of that is a duality between agriculture and ecological facilitation, including forest management, implementation of orchards, and centering around soil health and conservation. On top of that, mobility structure and inhabitation can attach to this larger system. This is already shown here from the center of Indianapolis, already being moved hierarchically to the north, surrounding a suburb. The current state of the suburbification of Midwestern metropolises is unchecked urban sprawl, soil mismanagement, rampant monoculture in the agriculture industry, which includes recurring flooding and further stratification of systems. All the buildings in blue on this map are built in the last 30 years, and this includes a 900% growth rate for satellite cities in this county. In order to do this, I need to follow a lineage of urban models, starting with Ebenezer Howard in 1898 with his Garden Cities for Tomorrow proposal. This is an urban model responding to congested industrial cities and pollution. It's a hub and satellite system, very similar to a metropolis and suburban cities. However, it's inelastic with not a clear allotment for growth, and it has a lack of collective or circular systems. In 1917, Tony Garnier added to the Garden City typology, including inelasticity for growth, along with bilateral symmetry along major axes, following Haussmann's formal mid-19th century planning, but adding a layer of organic, pedestrian, and natural systems or inspired by Camilo Seat. In the 1930s, Frank Lloyd Wright included an American proposal for Broadacre City. This is a little bit closer to a decentralized model, but it's hyper decentralized to the point that the single family homestead is the primary producer of their own food in more of an encapsulated unit. However, they don't link to each other in larger cities. They're more or less on their own, as in the homestead on out in the West. It also has a lack of collective or circular systems, and it's entirely automobile dependent. In 2018, Paolo Vigano introduced the horizontal metropolis, which is an urban model intentionally without a center, including interlocking systems at several scales, emphasizing weak configurations relying on interdependence and appropriately sized infrastructure. So this is a means to a more curated quality of life within communities at a perceivable level, and what I plan to use and apply to the Midwest. Horizontal metropolis uses 3 zones of analysis, observation, analysis, and intervention at 30-mile, 6-mile, and 2-mile increments. And this is what it is applied over Indianapolis, roughly corresponding to the metropolitan area, the collectivity of a suburb, and a neighborhood scale. This is the proposed site, which is equidistant from 3 metropolitan satellites, Fishers, Carmel, and Castleton. So the surrounding density is 2,200 people per square mile. It's bordered by the main river, a municipal county line, an 8-lane interstate, and a main city access road connecting 2 of these satellites. So in order to make these circular and attached to an urban model typology, the horizontal metropolis grid is compatible with the Northwest Ordinance of 1787, in which grid of townships is applied over multiple states and reduces to allow for zoning and property negotiation. So a 2-mile by 2-mile square is equal to 4 sections in a land ordinance grid, and will be the module for my interpretation, all the way down to 40 and 80 acre blocks, which are associated to the agricultural industry in terms of output. Finally, a proposed intervention and isotropic diagram for a Midwestern urban model centering around agriculture includes circular systems of water, waste, energy, and food production, redefining metropolitan living. Similar densities differentiate metropolis from urban core, and it still supports public amenities and readily links to context through the land ordinance grid. This also takes the pressure off of a metropolis or the urban core of Indianapolis, as it's already spending billions of dollars in flood prevention infrastructure and longer shipping times for lack of resources. Finally, the organic system surrounds the river, includes perpendicular axes of irrigation, filtration, and water treatment attaching to the grid, but also provides other hierarchies of pedestrian involvement and specific density around public infrastructure, keeping the same permeability footprint for agriculture and ecological management. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Are there any clarification questions for Andrew?
Sorry to ask, but are the models you studied take into account the structures that are needed for interior production of food? Because I don't think I got a clear sense that any of the models you showed quantified the kind of scale of food production that is generally interior.
So the models that I studied are more of a broader urban scale. Horizontal metropolis alludes to either natural systems or food production through their 5 case studies. One of them includes Boston. But my urban model that I'm forming is sort of creating these 2-mile by 2-mile systems as a capsule of circular systems, including that agricultural production, orchards, and food processing linking to a grocery store or point of consumption. So I'm including that from a separate body of research, but the urban models that I've studied have not included it.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Unless if there's any other question, we can move to Evan.
Sorry, one question.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
Did you already think of how you can make a transition? You said something about land property, but did you already think about how to make this transition of the properties direction your new model? Because nowadays you have owners, and how you can convince them to make this step into this into this new model.
I've been dancing around public policy, but no, I've not looked at directly the transition of ownership from either private to public or creating a separate collective ownership model, but it's something that I've been investigating.
I kind of have a similar question than that. In coming to these thesis reviews, one sometimes doesn't know what the assumptions are. And I had a similar question. Do the 2,048,000 people of greater Indianapolis, are you assuming they're all eager to go into farming?
So my assumption is that farming can still be, the farms that are included in this urban model do not necessarily have to be cultivated by those who directly live upon them. The farms can be separately owned or put in a different type of ownership model, such that a farmer can still cultivate the land in more of a traditional sense. It's just shrinking the radius in order to consume whatever that's producing.
Okay, so it sounds like the assumption is the 2 million people would be willing to see their land expropriated.
Yes.
Got it. Got it.
Cool. All right. Thanks for those clarifications, Andrew. Evan, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
All right. Thank you, sir.
All right. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
All right, thank you so much for the introduction here. My name is Evan Warder, and I'm focusing on the Chicago River, a social, productive, and ecological urban structure. And this will be framed in kind of three approaches. Chicago in this specific section as a site, and then the theme of post-industrial, and then what my proposal and vision for the city can be. So looking first at the site, I am focusing most importantly on the idea of the river to start. And the river is a complicated story. And so by diving into the historical relevance, Chicago was formed around this position of the river. But formerly, the Chicago River was a small set of streams really that formed a river that went to Lake Michigan. And the system that connected to the Mississippi River was completely separate. In 1848, this was connected soon after the founding of Chicago through a small canal called the I&M Canal, which allowed kind of the initial boom of Chicago. And then following the Great Fire and the World's Fair of 1893, the completion in 1900 of the Chicago Sanitarian Ship Canal, a much larger, more efficient canal, crossed this barrier, this continental divide between the Great Lakes and the Mississippi River, kind of our two major water shipping hubs in the country. And by connecting these two things, it allowed the expansion of Chicago at a very quick rate. Kind of an analysis that I've gone into in the evolution of Chicago too is beyond the river. So in 1892, this map you can see is a pretty significant focus around the river. You see lots of inlets for shipping and a focus around those aspects of river leading to lake. But by the 1940s, this had transitioned as Chicago was the railroad center of the country. Railroads were really taking over, still playing with the river. And now in present day, the highway is the obvious focus. And where I'm going to be focusing on is a section of, as this map calls out, is the different industrial corridors that really have made up Chicago over the years. And this one specifically, the Pilsen Industrial Corridor, which has fallen, as you can see, is mostly concrete remains to what was the former heavy industry that was across this entire area. And looking into a little bit further, we have this stretch, a few mile long stretch And I will examine these spots a little bit more, but as industry continues to exist, it's largely storage facilities, but it is kind of reviving. But there's a number of obsolete and declining spaces. And the communities have actually gone against that heavy industry with 2 major power plants being shut down. And looking at those communities, you have these 4 communities: Little Village, Pilsen, McKinley Park, and Bridgeport. And those play extremely important roles in the politics and civic spaces of the city, specifically Little Village and Pilsen, which were immigrant communities throughout their entire existence, but in the last 70 years or so, since the 1950s, has been largely Latino, Hispanic immigrant communities, largely from Mexico. Little Village having a large portion of undocumented immigrants in the city, but they have highly engaged civic spaces that fight against the gentrification that kind of has pushed against them over their history. But the issue now becomes with the industrial corridor depleting, the number of jobs available to these people has gone way down, which destroys the purpose of these development of these communities. Some of these stats I can call out, with medium household incomes at $31,000 and $35,000 being really low, and a high poverty rate in these areas. And with only 4 to 7% of those residents that are employed from those areas are actually working within their own area. The rest have to go elsewhere to find work. So I dove into the theme of post-industrial. This is really through practical, executed studies across the entire world. You can see a brief map here, and I've categorized them into 5 categories. We have mixed use, residential and commercial, parks and landscapes, cultural, tech and business districts, which is the really up and coming things, and then industry and infrastructure. And I've kind of gone through these to show how in the last 30 years has been the large push to redevelop post-industrial sites. And each one has its own merits and reasoning, but where I'm going to fit into this lineage. So the mixed use, residential, commercial, you have things like Baltimore, which really uses this commercial district on these old docks for tourism, while Amsterdam has used it for housing, it being taken advantage of its location. Parks and landscapes, there have been great projects for heavy industry in the past, like the Duisburg Nord, but also Hudson River Park, and always expanding project along Manhattan that takes advantage of the docks for needed green space in the city. Cultural university projects, largely the infamous Bilbao, which is developed around the Guggenheim Museum there, which transformed that industrial site to something of a cultural hub. Tech and business districts, we see a lot of proposals of these today, but largely are a namesake for just attracting new business. There's even some in Chicago, but specifically one of interest is Fisherman's Bend in Melbourne, in which they have sectored off 2 different parts of what is now industry into a business district and a housing district, and how they can interrelate. And then the 2 most relevant would really be the 22 At District in Barcelona and the Brooklyn Navy Yard, both focusing on reinvigorating the industry that was there, or reimagining it, expanding it, and trying to bring jobs back to the community without gentrifying. And that brings me to where my strategies can come from. I focus largely on mapping into the early site selections and kind of information of what possible resolutions can come from in a project like this. I will be looking at the whole site, but I am looking for specific intervention points to test a new system. So I looked at the entirety of the industrial and vacant lands from zoning, but calling out specific ones that are either completely vacant, there's remaining buildings that are no longer inhabited, or sites that are kind of zoned for declining industries, scrap metal yards, and reduced storage. And then I looked at what kind of possible different aspects can be highlighted here. In the top left, we have a map that highlights green space and community access. So those blue gradients are focusing on public transportation through the L, the elevated train line. This does not include bus systems, but that's the focus to the downtown, as well as access to the new developing and hopefully executed El Paseo Trail, a new greenway through the edge of those communities, and then access to the river. And on the bottom, what I discovered and what I overlapped on the right was this growing food industry. The food industry in Chicago is actually the largest food industry in the country, but these systems are well-rounded, but are kind of missing a step. So I've highlighted actually grocery stores and distribution lines like train lines and roads, and as well as the river, but also these purple buildings, which calls out things that have been recently developed to be for food distribution and storage. Those are actually new buildings for that. So that opens up a possible set of sites. And so what I'm proposing as a system is to complete the loop of what Chicago needs for its food industry, both locally and for distribution beyond. And that can actually come through high density vertical farming and aquaculture. And this is a multifaceted system that's focused on the production of those aspects to connect to the food industry, but also other parts. There's really 3 prongs, which is the ecological recovery of that river, restoring that river and green space. As you see in the image, it's really been depleted and access to it is gone in the south side of Chicago, which has gotten much less investment than other parts of the city. Productive economies through that farming industry, which provides much needed jobs. These can have heavy labor pieces throughout the city, and then integration of neighborhoods through different accessibility and public space, but also public functions like markets, education and training for different age groups. And how I'm kind of approaching this is through the viability in Chicago. Is this a system that could really work? And there's a few examples that really prove that this is something that can happen. I'll cover them briefly. Farm on Ogden is actually in Little Village, a couple blocks north of the site, is a space where they are using aquaculture and urban farming for spaces to engage the community and actually incorporate a lot of farming. But the Plant Chicago, a system that's actually changing, is a high producing urban farm that is following these circular systems economies. And then the hatchery is a food incubator to kind of allow small businesses to grow within this food industry. The viability as to how this can work, the aquaculture is the farming of shrimp and fish. And there are there's a few references for fish, but I'll focus in on shrimp here. There's a test site in Florida currently for the ability to turn over a large production of shrimp that is much needed in Chicago. The shrimp and fish industry used to be huge. It's all but gone now in the last 60 years. And then vertical harvest, a system that has been used and is being used in multiple places and developed, but right now in Wyoming to show in the northern hemisphere, we can really actually use natural sunlight for this vertical farming. So I'll kind of wrap it up with how this is going to work on the site. And so on the bottom left, we have a program diagram that with a more detailed showing of how this can be sustainable through its system. So this is going to be incorporated in singular buildings where you have systems from the shrimp and tilapia, the vertical farming and the water treatment working collectively, but also engaged in that is possibly restaurants that can bring up new businesses and public spaces. The main level can be a public market, can be accessible to all, a school for education that can help bring education into a part of the city that doesn't really have enough currently. And this brings a large amount of viability to the finances of a school. And then training centers and food incubators to train people as part of this industry. And this can now connect to the greater system, closing the loop. And through this system of water, as I've shown, and we can get into the details later, but it's a closed loop system that's entirely sustainable, where the fish are working on one loop, but the nutrients that come out of the fish can be used to grow the vegetables in aeroponics or hydroponics at a very efficient rate that can fit into the city without much issue. And one last little point is we've kind of explored where this fits into my personal architectural lineage, and something Inyaki's explored a lot is kind of a discussion of where this fits between architecture and societal concerns. and where I can now fit into that continued discussion between equity, ecological development, and urban integration. That's it. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thanks, Evan. Are there any clarifying questions for Evan before we jump to the moderated discussion?
In your site study, your analysis of the possibilities and problems on the site, did you also study where possible pollution can be found, other polluted and non-polluted sites?
Yeah, that's kind of a continuing discussion because pollution has kind of plagued a lot of these sites, and so site selection is I've been hesitant to overcommit because you have former power plants, you have oil refinery or oil distribution spots. So trying to weigh the options between the pollution and what can be done is something I've kind of still been exploring.
But I was talking about specific your Chicago site.
Yeah.
Is there? So did you investigate which parts are polluted or not?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm referring to. Along that site, there's a multitude, and that's why I've haven't committed to the site yet. Is they're largely almost all are brownfields.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Great.
So, wow. You all were incredibly disciplined with your time. So we actually do have 30 minutes for discussion. And fascinating triplet of thesis proposals, of research proposals. I would love to have the respondents speak to an issue that I saw amongst all three, sometimes the presence of, other times the absence of, and that is the existing context on which either they intend to operate. Particularly, I think the first one on NOLA West Bank. I was interested in this idea of superimposition of a new order on the site, but I did not hear any discussion about the existing context that they inherited, and so it is kind of interesting. Superimposition suggests that they are superimposing on something that exists already, and I have the same. I'd also like to delve into the existing context that we talked about a little bit in Minneapolis, which have to do not just with the formal existing context, but the land use, the ownership existing context, which I think was articulated as a significant hurdle to the implementation of these kind of utopian models. And then I think Evan spoke a little bit of a different kind of context, the social political context of an immigrant community and a site which is one gigantic Superfund site. And so it would be great, I think, given the cross-section of folks we have on this respondent, to speak a little bit about the pre-context of their sites as they move forward. I'm confident I wasn't the only one that noticed the absence of the pre-existing context.
I was a bit bewildered by the first research where he did look at the existing or pre-existing context, because he looked at the parcellation and how it stretched before Direction River, and concluding that because that was the pre-existing context which disappeared by the track of the river, that was the most useful pattern. I would think that was the old pattern, and it was very useful and rational in the days when it was constructed. But nowadays, it's not said that it's the most useful pattern. So I was wondering how he looked on that, because afterwards, in the rest of his talk, he used it to superimpose these different concepts. So I was thinking the basis, this existing or pre-existing pattern, isn't that logical to use.
Yeah, I had a similar consideration in the sense that the projects, and I would reposition contextualization in a slightly different way, associated with the latency of these things. So what they were trying to find or look for were these latent characteristics by their existing nature, help drive their underlying sort of model. Which, by the way, are all in plan, are all organizational by some level, and have some ecological interaction. And I raised the exact same question as Nick does about how useful is that latency, and is that latency both a weakness as much as it is a strength?
I guess I can try to respond to those. At least in particular to my project, I used the ARPANET system, or the historical subdivision of land as it was, when this was formed, as the baseline for starting to organize and divide the land, because it has had this kind of perpetuating relevance, because it has informed the grid system on either side of the river, but it's kind of become this permanent fixture, whether it's, the most logical system or not. And, roads and grids and neighborhoods have been formed by the system. And so to speak to the existing context in relation to that, I think, at least during my personal trips over to the West Bank, to kind of understand the riverfront and the relationship to the context and the communities, is that you obviously have the levee, which is a stark divide between the river and the communities. So you have these batcher expanses, which are just kind of, some parts include docks and industrial sites on the river side of the levee, but a lot of them are just kind of unused, partially wooded areas. And then you have the levee, and then you have much lower in elevation, either industrial sites, or a lot of times on the West Bank in particular, neighborhoods that directly kind of back up to the levee. But from a, I guess, experiential standpoint, as a pedestrian, you don't really, unless you climb up onto the levee, you're not experiencing or even really aware that the river is there. So I guess speaking to Maurice's point about the superimpositions, one of those that I had suggested was reconnecting that and having a way for, I guess, pedestrian and local, I guess, access and accessibility to the river, and then kind of just reconfiguring the way that the current levee system is kind of dividing the two.
Can Andrew also address that question? Oh.
Yeah. So in regards to latency and context, I'm analyzing the historic trajectory of the Midwestern condition, starting from the land ordinance grid, starting from the kernel of the center city of Indianapolis, situated along the White River, and using the township grid with each of those townships had a satellite town that was agrarian based, that eventually became engulfed and encompassed by Indianapolis. So these surviving satellites are very much attached to this grid system that I'm using to formulate my contextual interjection into it. So I'm using the context as more of an attachment point, as a negotiating system for how to inject something that's more dense than its surroundings, but in terms of the relationships of the ratios of all the components is relatively, equal is the wrong word, but relatively comparable to the existing. However, as for the habitation question, all three of the satellite cities that I've placed the site within are already in redevelopment and densification campaigns by mid-century. So the French hotel typology and rigid block typology in my plan versus a more informal English garden suburban area that I'm looking at, the process of transitioning from one to the other is already happening. And looking at a place such as my site is just another interjection point.
Evan, do you want to address this question? You were very specific in site, but there's an ecological site and there's a social political site as well, which is highly challenging in your context that you chose to work within.
Yeah, I can briefly address it. It's something I skipped over is not just the demographic makeup of those communities, but kind of the civic political power that they've held. It's been originated since they were battling proposals for kind of their redevelopment since the 1970s in the Chicago 21 plan. And through their systems, the site becomes extremely complicated as a fear of gentrification is maybe the number one pushing factor. So looking for something to inhabit the site has been a kind of a multifaceted exploration, and why I've settled on this approach. Jobs is the number one importance that has kind of supplied the drive for this site, and then kind of functions that are threats are what we try to avoid. And so something like housing is being developed and being researched within the zoned community areas. And so how do I start to respond to that urbanization process in these areas that, the ecological is a huge factor, but that socio-political is maybe the largest driving factor in this part of the city.
So that was, there are many things that were on my mind, but the issue of pre-existing context, pre-existing development patterns was one of the things that I felt strongly would have to be contended. With that, I'd like to open it up to others who have insights they'd like to share. Is that Richard?
Thank you. I have a question for Andrew and Evan. You're both looking at food production in different ways. Andrew's proposing a major land use change to repurpose a city into food production, whereas Evan is proposing a major technological change to fit food production into a city. Both of them are high risk. Andrew, yours in particular, I think would meet with resistance, and I'm understating there. And I'm wondering, is it really worth it? And here's my question. I realize you're both architects and you're focusing on cities, but you brought up agriculture, so I'm going to ask you about agriculture. Why not fix the sustainability problems of agriculture where it exists, the soil conservation, the water use, the pesticides, and focus on more efficient transportation and distribution systems rather than insisting on shoehorning farming into cities?
Particular to me is actually addressing, just because the farming exists, it's one of the big issues with Chicago is not the sustainability aspect of getting food there. It's the lack of food there. Not directly on that site in those Pilsen and Little Village, but one of the big explorations in recent years is food deserts in Chicago. So by forcing the hand of moving farming into the city can actually address those needs to get fresh food, including meats, fish, produce to certain parts of the city, which are within a couple miles of my site, has been a major issue in recent years. And the only solution thus far seems to have been supermarkets. which don't actually supply any of those needs because people still cannot afford it. So mine's really addressing maybe more of the system that is less of the sustainability there and more of the direct needs.
Andrew, you want to try that one? Try to answer that one.
So in regards to why try to shoehorn agriculture into a city, the act of shoehorning it into a suburban or semi-rural condition seems to be easier. I'm not trying to insert it into a dense urban core. Rather, I'm looking at the in-between, the intermediate scale. It's also part of a larger argument of relationships between populations and the resources that they consume, how they consume them, and where they go. So it's part of a larger reorientation toward a more circular society, which includes agriculture, but also includes natural conservation, water conservation, reuse, et cetera. So agriculture is the component that I'm emphasizing more heavily, but it's one of many parts in a larger effort to change the ecosystem of a metropolis.
I understand that. There was one data point that was missing from Andrew from your work, which is the USDA's prime farmland determination. And picking up on Rich's, Professor Campanella's critique here, you know, and just thinking about soil conservation in general, I feel like there's a sort of missing scale here. And it's almost a molecular scale in a way, because if you just look somewhat unilaterally at soil itself and tried to understand the mechanisms of how biotic processes work and biophysical processes interact with soil, I wonder if that would lead to a more synthetic understanding of the material design and architectural implement here. In the machinery of soil, because soil is truly performed. First of all, most of soil is air. I mean, you break it down in compositional terms as it relates to soil, but what is it doing as a machinery? Because Professor Campbell is certainly correct that we have a new and emerging scientific understanding of the scalability of industrial agriculture as it relates to carbon sinks. And we've understood the well-known critiques of fossil fuel and the translation to energy. But I wonder, in your understanding of the machinery of soil, do you look at the flows of not just water, but the flows of energy? Because I feel like the flow of energy is a sort of missing component to your work. Because we have the sort of kinetics of transportation mobilization as you laid it out in plan and transportation end of the equation. I suppose that makes sense on a logistical supply chain point of view. But what I'm missing is the underlying energy in the food itself. And take, for example, sugar. I mean, the relationship between the energy and sugar and its function as a commodity price, there's parity there. And I wonder if there is to be a diversity of food products that are to be grown in the machine that you have designed for us, where is the flow of energy coming from to drive that in supplanting of fossil fuels, for instance? Because it would seem to me that there might even be a conflict or a set of trade-offs between a plane necessary for PV solar, for instance, or other forms of renewable energy. And how does those forms of renewable energy interact with the forms of energy that drive your food production? So I'll leave that as a simple, overly complex critique with a simple question, which is, what is the role of energy here at various scales, and how you see a diversity of different food productions?
Jesse, I would like to tag on a little bit to this issue of scale, particularly with regard to Andrews, and I think the issue has come up as well with Evans. What is not clear in terms of Richard's comment, is it worth it? Is an understanding of what are the scales in which food production, in the traditional sense that you are proposing it, is economically viable. that someone who owns all of that land, which is otherwise, for suburban sprawl development, would convert their land use to growing things, growing things instead. So I was wondering, in a rural context, how many hundreds of acres is needed to make production viable? And are you able to amass anything that would be economically viable in terms of the scale in which you would like to operate? I really feel like you need to know that. Not that it has to be the equivalent of putting suburban, developing it into suburban 2-acre lots, but you should know whether the proposition you're making ultimately is sustainable from an economic perspective. So I found myself wondering where, you had some wonderful diagrams where you showed how much land you would need to feed X number or for X production, but it wasn't clear to me that land is actually available and what would be the trade-off. So do you understand what I'm saying? But I think there's an issue at that scale as well.
Maybe I can say, Nieke speaking, maybe I can say something in defense of Andrew and his proposals. All your questions are correct. I think they are useful, but asking if it's economically viable, I would say, is the existent concept of modern agriculture, is that economically viable? We see there lots of externalities which are thrown into the environment or into society without being taxed, without being paid. So we are destroying environments. We are making climate change. And so if you look at so-called modern agriculture, I know it because in the Netherlands we have, like in California, the most modern, we say, agriculture, but in the same time the most environmental destroying agriculture. This modern agriculture is very energy inefficient. So we had some studies of it, but some of us, or many even in my department of agriculture, believe it's efficient, but in reality, when you look at it, it's very energy inefficient. So other ways of agriculture, maybe the way Andrew is thinking of, could be more energy efficient. So he has to prove that in some way and think about it. And he has to think about how to change economy or bring in other economic concepts than the present ones. So that's a thing I want to bring in as a defense for his way of looking at it, because we suppose often that things are economically, but it's a certain way of economic thinking. For instance, when you look, the problem both with the technological and the concept that Andrew is using is in any case the land value. So you have these owners, and when you come in with agriculture, always the land value will go down when you compare it to using the site for urban developments. So you have to think of something that fills this gap, and the gap you can find in paying for the externalities. But that means that you have to need a society and an economy that knows how to bring in these externalities into the so-called free market. I leave it up to that, and the rest Andrew can answer or respond to.
I think your point is extremely well made in defense of Andrew's thesis. I wanted to, I know we don't have much time left, but I did want to get to the issue of purpose and whether it's a program or whether it's performance, specifically around Michael's proposition, which I think is a leisure program that he's describing in a context of a heavily performative context, a levee wall. So I just wanted greater understanding of what's the programmatic proposition, and how do you reconcile the performative aspects of a levy, I would say a levy zone, which is all about function and performance. So if you could, and if the respondents have thoughts on this, that would be very helpful, I think, to Michael.
So yes, I guess leisure or recreation was one of the 3 tenets of my, I guess, programmatic proposal. But actually it's, I would say, more so centered around the reinvigoration of industry, specifically the transfer from the historical kind of intense industries to more sustainable and renewable energy industries that are specific to New Orleans. So again, what I've mentioned about tourism and glass waste, there's really been this large kind of grassroots initiative to recycle glass within the city that has been spurred by locals themselves. I mean, I take mine every week now, but Scott brought up a good point when we were discussing this, that you know, there's no, yeah, they collect it here, and I think they're working on getting facilities for the breakdown of that glass to then become sand for shoreline conservation. But currently there's no large scale facility for that to occur outside of shipping it on a train to Birmingham, Alabama, which is about 6 hours away, which again defeats the purpose of that sustainable initiative. So, you know, I think Kat was one who brought up the Celotex plant as one of the potential sites for her proposal, and that's on the West Bank. But that's, you know, again, that's just one example of these post-industrial sites that exist currently along the levee system. And so rethinking how, not just kind of coming from an ideal perspective and saying, oh, I want to turn all these sites into fun housing or leisure, this or that, you know, this big shoreline park, but having a combination of, yes, these rethinking how the levee functions from a water management perspective, a recreational perspective, but I guess the main functional component of this proposal would be to have these different industries which are specific to New Orleans and sustainable and renewable in nature to be the driving, I guess, programmatic factor when doing this design.
Do others want to reflect on that aspect of?
I think there are respondents that haven't spoken yet, maybe.
Yes.
If I can jump in, I would. This is Kelly. I wouldn't respond necessarily to that question on, but for me, the 3 projects. I think going back to the first point that you brought up, Maurice, for me still remains a really important issue. I think it's clear that we need new urban models. We need to turn upside down business as usual. I think there's large agreement on that. But I do agree it's a process of transformation. There is an existing urban tissue, there is an existing social structure, and but at the same time, so for me, I think Maurice's first question of what is the context? How are these something more than tabula rasa? But I think also what is very interesting now is that we have all these models, we have predictions of the future. So as much as we have a kind of tangible sense of reality on the ground, we also have predictions of futures that are quite frightening and alarming when we think about, I don't know, heat stress, inundation, food security, water security. So I think in all of these sites, for me, we have to be radical. We have to switch. But I think personally, but this is perhaps personal, that's a bit irresponsible to go back to tabula rasa, to a pure utopia. So I wonder if, and for me, the second point just to bring up is also the use of precedents, which seems very strong in this. I think it's laudable, and we all need to recognize that there's a great deal of knowledge that we need to build on and use and abuse intelligently. But but the direct kind of application of how would Kohlhaas do it, how would Schumi do it, I find it, well, I find it a bit old-fashioned, to be honest. These are a bunch of old guys. I think you're the next generation, and hopefully you don't need to think like they do. I think you have to think like you do, and as a future. So for me, I think we have to, well, personally, I would be more careful about how to use precedents. Similarly for instance, Paula Vigano and horizontal metrology. I mean, for me, the use of precedents is to understand them, and they do come from a social context. They do come from a political context. And I think kind of using them as tools to apply to a site, to me, it a bit contradicts. It's part of the problem that we've gotten ourselves into is that we've used kind of fixes, whether they're technological fixes or superstar architects, urbanist fixes, and I think it doesn't work. Well, it's again an opinion. It's a provocation, actually. That how can you get an intelligence from the site, both as a physical object but as a cultural construct, and create, understand its present, but also really understand the projections of its future without having the crutch, without having to kind of go either to technology, as we saw in the last one, or the first two that really kind of, put these great architects and urbanists as kind of, the saviors. I think they failed. We have failed. So it's a bit of a provocation, but to I think, keep precedents a little bit, in your pocket, but maybe not on your overwhelming your project would be my advice as you go to the next semester.
I think that's absolutely great advice. And I suspect that the realities, both physical, social, and political on the ground are going to force them to reconcile that reality. That would be my hope. But were there others who, I know we used all our time, but were there other last comments that anyone had hoped to make?
I'll ask a couple of things, if I might. So, I'm interested, I would reply just to the last quickly, Michael. It's a kind of interesting proposition that you made. I agree with Kelly's point, but I think you could use those precedents to look at them historically and in comparison as to the broader context in which they were proposed, and learn from those contexts, comparatively speaking, not focusing so intently, perhaps, on the physical aspects of those prospects, but the larger economic, social, cultural contexts in which they were produced. And they changed, these firms changed in their position over time, which is an interesting way to go about that analysis, I think, an important one. And then for Evan and Andrew, in response to what Maurice is asking, which is, where are we sitting now in terms of the practicality or the reality of what you're suggesting? So for Andrew, there is a huge interest in, urban farming, kind of micro farming. It seems to me that your proposal actually could build on that, even if you were looking at a smaller scale, right? As a demonstration project to do, a provocation to do more out of the interest that already exists. We know it exists everywhere. And then for Evan, Mike, this is a question. Those are brownfields, okay. Do you escape if you're doing vertical farming, right? Above the ground and aquaculture and so forth? Is that a way to escape the kind of deadly layer that you're building on?
Yeah, that's part of the discussion and the growing of which sites are inhabitable versus not, because that is one of the benefits of addressing those sites. There would still have to be brownfield remediation regardless, but yeah, it does make it more viable because you are reducing that risk.
Well, this has been fascinating. I must admit, I'm really thrilled and impressed at where Dean Alde has taken the thesis and the depth of the research and the promise, not only of the design proposals, but also of continued research through the seminar format. So I hope I'll be invited back to see the actual thesis proposals, and I wish Andrew, Evan, Michael, all the best. I think you're well poised to have an extraordinary thesis semester. So just thank you for including me in this process, and it's kind of wonderful to see Carol and Kentaro and Bernard and Scott again. So it was so nice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maurice.
Thank you.
This was fantastic. It was a really wonderful second round of discussions. And I just want to thank all of the moderators and respondents again for your time today. It was really a gift. I mean, I know it's a Saturday and people are all over the place, all over the world, actually. So it's been really wonderful to get everybody together and hear all of your insights. The students, I want to also say thank you so much for your really wonderful presentations today. They were so clear. And it goes a long ways actually to stay on script, and you all did it on time, and it was really wonderful to see it. So I share what the respondents have been saying, that I'm very encouraged by the projects that I'm seeing right now, and I think you are all well poised to begin the spring semester. We have a break now for about an hour, I believe. I think we're starting the third and final session at 2 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it starts at 2. Maurice, if you're able to join us for the afternoon, feel free to come back. I know you're really busy.
I appreciate it. And ciao, Margarita. It's good to see you. So thank you all. I will follow this, but I'm serious. I'd love to come back for the finals.
We would love to have you. Thank you. All right, so everybody, let's grab some lunch and then come back, well fed and ready for the last and final session. Are there any questions anybody has for me as sort of MC of this thing?
You want us back at 2 o'clock, right?
2 o'clock. That'd be awesome. So we have about an hour.
Okay.
Awesome. Congratulations, everybody.
Thanks very much.
You.
Tommy, are you there? Tommy?
Carol, do you have a question?
I think it was for Tommy.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Thank you, Carol.
Hey, Evan.
Hello, hello.
Miss Norman.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Great.
Nice to see you. Welcome.
You too. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Hi, Claire.
You'll know a few of these characters.
Hi, how are you, Carrie?
Pretty well.
Good.
Claire, you TA for Carrie, don't you?
Yeah.
2 years in a row. I don't know what I'm going to do next year.
Twice.
You have to pass the baton. You have to find somebody. I'm so nervous.
I have a few people in mind.
Let's discuss.
Hi, Albert.
Hello.
Thank you for joining us.
Sure.
I'm Ben Smith. We've never met, but it's a real pleasure to have you join us today.
Thanks. I'm happy to do it.
Cool.
How did your session go?
Albert, we've never met, but it's good to see you. I'm glad you've come.
Is that the chief academic advisor?
The Associate Dean of Pandemic Errors.
Yeah. That's good. Well, it's good to see you, sort of.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, seeing sort of is the thing.
Little tiny box. So how was the morning session?
That was great.
It was great. And I don't think the morning panel leaders are here with us for the afternoon because of the time differences, and the Chicago Commissioner Cox was unable to stay for more than 30 seconds. So, but we're delighted you're here. Let me just quickly rehearse the procedure, unless Ben, you want to do that?
You go ahead.
Okay. Ben, I'm trying to give Ben a break. He's been at the lectern here for quite a while. So the students will present. They will present 12 minutes each. And the material will correspond to the abstracts that have already been sent. And after each presentation, we have a couple minutes, maybe 3 minutes, Ben is usually saying, for quick questions that correspond to clarification. And then after the 3 presentations, or is it 4 in this segment?
4 in this one.
It's 4 in this segment. After the 4 presentations, there'll be a little minute for you to kind of set the stage or give us a prompt. And then if you want, you can select the speakers one at a time, or we can do that in a more casual way, which we've been doing. But it would give you the freedom to keep me from speaking if you took charge. So,
well, I think casual is probably better.
Okay.
At this point.
Cool. I can also do a quick sort of recap of the thesis sequence, and I can introduce some of the faculty directors and then the respondents. I hope Carol's able to rejoin us. I'm not sure if she is, but I hope she's able to. But the graduate thesis sequence is a 2-semester sequence. And so it begins in the fall, which this is the culmination of the students' efforts at this point. Graduate thesis is optional at Tulane. And we do that for a number of reasons, but one of the primary reasons is because of the design build opportunities we have available at the school, and some of those would prohibit students being able to do both of those things. But it's optional, and we have 10 students in this year's cycle, 9 of whom are in the professional MArch track, and 1 is in the post-professional MS track. And so this is their research proposal semester, where each of the students works directly, independently, I should say, with a faculty director. Our faculty directors include Iñaki Alde, Scott Bernard, Margarita Jobert, Kentaro Tsubaki, and myself. And in this semester, all of the work is leading up to the development of a research proposal for the thesis that will begin in the spring semester. And in the spring semester, it's a 9-credit sequence, which is a 6-credit design studio that again is overseen by the faculty director that's working with each of the students, as well as a 3-credit independent thesis research seminar, which continues to develop some of the research that the students are unpacking. And the goal and expectation of that is to produce a publishable body of work, whether that's a conference paper, a journal article, or an exhibition. It's really up to the students and their faculty director to sort of come to terms with what that output is and what the life after the thesis term is completed.
So if I can just confirm that this is a kind of pre-thesis semester where you're sketching out research, and they're leading to design proposals, or not necessarily?
Yes, design proposals. You know, there's a kind of a broad spectrum by which design is defined. So some people will be doing buildings, some people it's more rooted in a particular methodology perhaps, but that'll come out more in the individual students' proposals.
Do they already have projects in mind or not?
In many cases, program has been identified. So the architectural output is coming into focus. It's certainly something that's still on the table to refine and devise and make more clear at this point.
Okay.
But yeah, so I'll introduce first our moderator, Albert Pope, for the students. Albert is a professor at Rice University, and he'll be moderating this session on Future Public. So thank you, Albert, for your time today. We really appreciate your expertise and your willingness to participate in this process with us. Also joining us is Carrie Norman, an assistant professor at Tulane School of Architecture. Carrie has expertise in representation and is currently teaching in the core studios and core representation courses at the school. I hope Carol Reese is still able to join us this afternoon, and maybe she'll be joining us momentarily. But Carol is a professor at Tulane School of Architecture and primarily works in the History and Theory program and directs our PhD in Urban Studies at the university. This afternoon, we'll be seeing work from 4 students. First up will be Isabel Colon, who is working with me. Next up is Claire DeVito, who is also working with me. Charles Jones, who is our MS student, and he is working with Kentaro Tsubaki. And Thea Spring, who is working with Iñaki Alde. And so unless if there are any further clarification questions that I can address, I'm happy to turn it over to Isabel.
I'm good.
Oh, and Kelly Shannon is rejoining us. Thank you. I wasn't sure if you were coming back for the afternoon, so thank you so much for coming back. I know I think you're coming to us from Europe, so I'm not sure what the time change is right now, but I appreciate the willingness to stay on for another couple hours. Thank you very much. Isabel, are you ready to take us away?
Yeah.
And just for everyone's clarity, this is being live streamed on YouTube as well as being recorded.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. My name is Isabel Colon, and the title of my thesis is Through and Through. And I'll be kicking off this panel today. I'm starting with this photograph today because this proposal has a great deal to do with the initial ideas put forth by studying this memorial. For anyone unfamiliar with this project, this is the Walter Benjamin Memorial in Porto, Spain. Israeli sculptor Danny Caravan completed the work in 1994. Indeed, a fitting memorial to a philosopher and writer once described by German philosopher Joachim Scholem as a bat who nests in the dark corners of the ruins of great problems. The memorial is a Corten steel staircase nesting through a cut in the mountainside, stopping abruptly and suspended over the sea. At times, the architectural threshold is a permanent element. In this scenario, it is the stairs, yet it can also be an active movement or an in-between. A threshold is also a perception capable of being expressed through different mediums. Renee Toby writes in Portbo and 2 Grains of Wheat, quote, "Architecture is situated in a context that makes palpable our experience and memory. We do not look into the past for these memories, but to our built environment. The significance of our built environment is, as Benjamin noted, rooted in our perception, and thus how we perceive the threshold with its respect to its medium, in this case, Corten steel, is relevant to a discussion of urban inquiries. Initially, the framework surrounding this proposal was concerned with the affirmation perceptions of the threshold, subdivided into categories of the physical, the representational, and the literary, moving from concrete to abstract. But with time, I had focused in on the medium that succeeded in being both an architectural element, the stairs, and an experience of a threshold. This is the memorial, which is an abstract form of the Paris arcades. It is true and true the abstract of getting from point A to point B. And thus this led me to further explore Benjamin's seminal work, the Arcades Project, which was Benjamin's bulk of life work, never fully completed, but published around 10 years after his untimely death. The book is a montage collection of thoughts, or rather piecemeal of parts, devoted to the passages of Paris, or as described in any other English-speaking country, the arcade. The definition of an arcade is a thoroughfare bordered or covered by a building, which serves in its own function. This inherently denotes that various amounts of functions are carried out within an arcade. Similarly to the parts of built forms, Benjamin wrote with, quote, "a tension between an impulse toward the structure and the potential of the open." And the Paris arcades are one of the most prominent thresholds in history. At the beginning of the 19th century, there were nearly 100, and today there are only about 20 left. This loss can be attributed to Haussmann's widening of the boulevards and the great replanning of Paris. Typically, each passage is associated with and identified with what Benjamin might have called the aura of the passage. In this montage collection of writings on the arcades and their immediate relationship with class and social changes show that Walter Benjamin saw a direct connection between iron-built threshold and rapidly changing economy of Europe in the first half of the 20th century. He thought of the arcade typology as sincerely the locus of the everyday. And on iron construction, Benjamin writes in the Arcades Project, "A new artificial building material appears, and it will eventually undergo an evolution whose pace will accelerate in the course of the century." For Benjamin, this was the very beginning of a rivalry between builder and creator, a problem that the architectural field tends to still grapple with today. And as Sylvia Lavin will show by writing some 60 years later, the tyranny of authenticity arguments. Sylvia Lavin will also go on to write about plastic in a way reminiscent of the way Benjamin spoke toward his iron. And Benjamin did keep a very graphic form of writing. Editors have often deliberately left out these diagrams on the notion that they could only be truly realized in form, and they are a foreshadowing in every sense of the word of Benjamin's lifelong interest in the image and the perceived, but particularly the phenomenon of the 19th century arcade. This book is comprised in 26 convolutes, each one for each letter of the alphabet, each with their own subsets and further layering, denoting a type of palimpsest of the city that he studied. If Benjamin acted as mediator in revealing the contemporaneous relationship of his generation with the arcades, then we are due for an equally close evaluation of redefining the arcade in our generation. Furthermore, we must inquire what this new role of the arcade could be in the 21st century. But whatever chance we have is slowly dwindling, because as of today, only 6 true arcades remain in the United States. The rest have all been demolished. And in 1983, German author and architect Johann Geist published a large 600-page study on the arcade typology, noting that it was commonly left out of the canon. Geist cataloged all of the US arcades, but he left a very important one out. Though the book was published in 1983 and the arcade was built in 1924 in Los Angeles, this was omitted from Geist's study. The Spring Arcade consists of 2 12-story towers, one facing Broadway and one facing Spring Street. The connection between these two towers is a 3-story glass arcade. The facade has been largely unchanged since its original inception and remains in the Beaux-Arts style. The building has 2 underground floors as well, and the arcade acts as an important cultural marker for this area as it retains the historically protected and original KRKD radio towers of Los Angeles. Though I am studying primarily the analysis of Benjamin's Paris arcades, in conjunction with this work, it's important to note that the Spring Arcade was modeled after the Burlington Arcade in London, a predecessor to the Paris arcades. Kenneth MacDonald and Maurice Cochat won the competition in the early 1920s and would complete work on the site only 1 year after the demolition of Mercantile Place. Before the arcade, Mercantile Place was a small alleyway served as a kind of impromptu market. And before the Mercantile Place, there was a Spring Street School. The first public school of Los Angeles sat here until it moved to 2nd Street. The identity of an academia is a mirror image of the space it occupies. Because education is the act of being at a threshold between a discipline and a profession, the notion of an educational institution inside of a threshold itself is a faithful analogy. This likeness of the two will produce a rich learning environment that capitalizes on the in-between, or as Michael Rotundi put forth in 2012 in an interview with Arc Daily, the possible platform that architectural education could become. The thesis engages one of the last 6 arcades remaining in the US in hopes that the arcade can still be a fruitful representation of our contemporary. Today, the most contemporaneous issues of the architectural present and of the milieu are brought forth by architectural historian and critic Sylvia Lavin. In urging us to not take the contemporary for granted, Lavin and Benjamin both share in the idea that architecture is in a distinctive position to reflect the trends of the present. And this thesis suggests that this very reflection of the trend begins in the academia. If the architectural profession is to respond to trends not hidden from view, but not yet taken seriously, then so must the discipline. And as the timeline shows here, Sylvia Lavin has shown time and time again that she's been a voice in architectural contemporary trends and has proven a habit of going to bat for cultural trends or fads such as plastic, color, and shag rugs not yet accepted into the canon. Because we are in a new form of hyper-capitalism, the role of the arcade in the 21st century must be reconsidered. The arcade has historically been a direct reflection of social and economic behaviors, yet we seem to not take this typology seriously enough. In similar fashion of academic identity, Benjamin too saw the arcade as a mirror image of contemporary culture. And while Benjamin and Lavin operate in entirely different centuries, what binds the work together is a concern for an era's cultural signs. Moreover, both critics recognized and recognize this commodification of the contemporary. As such, a synthesis between both critics will help develop the school's design and ideology. And it is important to note a couple of important tenets of Lavin's work throughout the years. Plasticity in architecture is both an ideology and an adjective. Plasticity is freed from the noun or plastic as a material. Sylvia Lavin writes in Plasticity at Work, plasticity is at the core of the contemporary architectural project. Here, it dislodges the very disciplinary structure of architecture. Not only the material, but the relationship of architecture to the lesser arts is important once again. The contemporary succeeds when effects become special effects. These special effects at times reveal themselves from an unpredictable system insofar as they lack a cause. And however they are achieved, Lavin posits that though a special effect is at the risk of becoming obsolete, in that risk of becoming lies their contemporaneity. And with the postmodern, rather than using it as a word to denote strictly style, Lavin describes it as a tension between the autonomy of the architect and the swift media and economic changes that encounter architects. Postmodern is the result of this tension of architect operating with little control over the outcome. And so the methodology posits that the arcade typology is inherently a stitch from one point to the next. But this proposal asks whether or not an arcade is capable of succeeding as a microcosm, as it depends on the program and intentions of the physical connections. The methodology for this project is an act of vertical and horizontal stitching between programs. In this proposal, the program is a new kind of architecture school. The contribution this offers is a new educational model that faithfully represents our epoch. The following slides are a system of charting used in Johann Geit's 1983 publication on the typology of the arcades. Geist establishes a system of taxonomy for spatial qualities of the arcades. In a sort of collector-like attitude, Geist collects details and orders them as if the architectural elements of the arcade are small trinkets. And this ordering of singular parts finds a counterpart in Benjamin's style of writing, all of them in a montage of collection. Perhaps the arcade is something most efficiently understood in parts, never fully, collectively, but never fully. Benjamin considered the arcades as being the most important architectural firms of the 19th century. For Benjamin, the arcade were dream worlds that the flaneur could enter and become absorbed into the space. Here, he found the perfect form to study the collective, the everyday life. In the foreword for the first English edition, Howard Island and Kevin McLaughlin wrote, "The Arcades project is just that, the blueprint for an unimaginably massive and labyrinth architecture, a dream city." But Benjamin, in letters to colleagues, often asked how his research might be put to use. Enter architects. In a roundtable discussion at Princeton in 2013, Michael Jennings and Tom Levine noted that Benjamin's work has a deeply urgent contemporary focus, and that our sensory apparatus has been so degraded that we are no longer capable of adequate sensory apprehension of these environments. While the research is beginning to unfold and soon thereafter the design propositions, the Spring Arcade may very well serve to act as a sort of consolatory connector between seminal works concerning the field. In this way, the themes not only discussed by Levin, but also by Benjamin across centuries of affects, color, ambiguity, interiority, play out through the image. It is this image that allows us to experience the contemporary. And if Benjamin was known as a contemporary commentator of his time, then we find in our time the same role in the architectural field in Sylvia Levin. Fewer design theorists have had an impact on contemporary design more than Levin, and as such, an extensive review on her scholarship establishes a lens through recent history from which to critique and question ambiguity, mainly through the threshold. Levin reaches into other mediums to critique the status of the architectural world, something not unknown to Benjamin at his time either. Levin directs the reader to the difference between things like disegno and colore, where disegno primarily differentiated from colore, and where architecture sided with disegno, and thus mimesis. Benjamin's own clarification of his advocation for the mimesis, one of play, is one that engages attributes. In Neil Leach's Towards a Mimetic Architecture, Leach recognizes the version of mimesis and its potentiality to inscribe oneself into the built environment. He writes, although Benjamin would never go on to explore the potential of the aesthetic expression, the potential is clearly there. And half a century later, Levin begins to offer examples of that very aesthetic expression. Now this aesthetic in this proposal will be tested through the program of a new kind of architectural school. Thank you.
Thanks, Isabel. Are there any clarifying questions for Isabel before we move to the next presentation?
That was an incredibly dense presentation. And I'm going to hold any comment on that until we have 3 more. Is that the idea?
Yes, that would be the idea.
Okay.
Yeah, unless if there's like a quick question that can be immediately addressed.
I don't think so, no.
Okay, cool. All right, Claire, are you ready to go?
Yes. Give me one moment. Excellent. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Claire DeVito, and my thesis endeavor is called Archophobia. This project, as you can probably imagine, deals in the issue of fear and space, but that's not the origin point of the project. Throughout my design education, I've maintained an interest in the relationship between form, program, and performance. When I distinguish program and performance in this context, I mean program as the intended use of a building and performance as its actual state of being used. 2 summers ago, while working in New York, I lived in the South Bronx, and every week I walked past Yankee Stadium, designed by HOK and built in 2009. As you can see from the images, the stadium has a broad public forum wrapping around it on 3 sides. Most days that I passed, the forum was almost entirely vacant, except for the presence of heavily armed police. You can see that most of these officers are carrying automatic weapons, and there are few to no civilians. This is a great big public plaza that consumes the block, and it goes unused, and it's barely a decade old. So naturally, I became concerned with how the architect envisioned the space to be used. And on the left in HOK's optimistic renderings, you can see that the reality of that distance is clear. Now, Archophobia asks how the use of public space and the deviance from its intended use can be critically documented. Can that study produce a new understanding of residual space that has less to do with formal relationships? Could such an understanding help architects optimize a use and create public spaces that people are not afraid to occupy? The idea of studying human behavior in public plazas is not a new one. This topic of discussion is pervaded throughout the last century, and this project places itself in the canon of many other thinkers: architects, architectural historians and theorists, urban scholars, city planners, social scientists, and psychologists. Among them, for this project, are 3 major influences. The first is Robert Gutman in his work on the state of post-occupancy evaluation in modern professional practice. After doing post-occupancy studies on several of Louis Kahn's laboratories, Gutman argues that interview-based evaluations are insufficient and misleading, stating, quote, "Architects may have been looking in the wrong place for the effects of their work and ignoring the areas where they can make a real difference." And he even goes as far as to charge architects to, quote, "stop acting like the romantically inclined artists of the 19th century." Next is Jane Jacobs and her theory on the detriment of what she calls a visual order or organized artistry on cities. She claims that an attempt at visual order on space that is used and occupied more than it's seen leads to dysfunction in urban environments, stating, quote, "To approach a city or even a larger city neighborhood as if it were a larger architectural problem capable of being given order by converting it into a disciplined work of art is to make the mistake of attempting to substitute art for life," end quote. Finally, there's Oscar Newman, whose theory on defensible space and designing space that prevents crime drew much attention in the 1970s. He argues that more trust should be put in users to govern their own space, stating, "We have become strangers inhabiting the largest human habitats in history. We have become more dependent on each other and more vulnerable to aberrant behavior than ever before." So the question for this project becomes, how can this observation take place as objectively as possible and where? With a 2020 travel fellowship that I was awarded from the Tulane School of Architecture, my plan is to observe 4 cities of comparable population across the US: Portland, Las Vegas, Minneapolis, and Charlotte. Each of these cities has been the site of significant change over the past year. And while of course having unique points of interest, each site also represents a stereotyped generic regional association with regard to their demographic and economy. The progressive city, the blue collar city, the tourist city, and the white collar city. Now, Archophobia hopes to challenge these associations by generating a comparative study of user behavior on each of these sites. To create as controlled of a framework for this data as possible, in each city I will observe 1 civic plaza adjacent to a major civic building. These sites have similar, if not identical, zoning with regard to their civic buildings and plazas, and represent unique design interventions within those parameters. There are 3 strategies for documentation at work here. First, in order to understand the dissonance between intended and actual use, I have to understand the intent. This will be analyzed through the study of the architect's drawings and renderings and the history of the site. Next, in order to break away from the cycle of plan-based precedent and post-occupation analysis, the user behavior will be documented through aformal diagramming. By aformal, I mean representation that is not based in any traditional projection, like plan, section, and elevation. Some examples of architectural thinkers who have developed aformal methods of diagramming are Bernard Tschumi with the Manhattan transcripts, and Bill Hillier and his colleagues with their contributions to space syntax, which I'll explain more in a moment. And finally, the objective occupation of space will be documented through time-lapse and long exposure photography. As can be observed in Hiroshi Sugimoto and Alexei Titarenko's work, the capture of light and movement over time has the potential to represent circulation and occupation as mass in photographs. Space syntax is a methodology designed primarily by Bill Hillier and Julian Hansen that translates the sequence of space and navigational choice of users from drawings into graphs to be understood and compared more objectively. The third diagram on the right is called a justified access diagram, and as you can see, its final form has no organizational relationship to the geometry of the plan. It is thereby distilling what Hillier and Hansen call choice, which is basically the likely path of a user based on their sightlines, perceived access, and sequential experience of the space. This is one of dozens of diagram types that make up space syntax. Michael Dawes explains space syntax as the title given to a set of mathematical and computational theories and techniques for analyzing the social and cognitive characteristics of an architectural or urban plan. As opposed to predicting choice, time-lapse and long exposure photography are methods of documenting actual objective use of public space. On the left, you can see an image created by photographer Pele Kass, who creates composites of time-lapse frames to document the movement of bodies over time, with the subject often being athletes. You can see here that the athletes' bodies create a mass in the composition that can indicate the more populated and less populated points in the fall or in their movement over time. On the right, you can see a photo by Korean photographer Ada Kim, who does 8-hour-long exposures of city scenes to distill the most populated areas of circulation into ghostly streaks on the image. This preserves the image of the architecture itself and suggests the relationship between the architecture and the most tread paths of circulation around it. You may be wondering what this all has to do with fear. Archophobia predicts that fear plays a role in this deviation from prescribed use of space and that an architect's understanding of that fear is critical. In order to analyze the symptomatic behavior of users, I've developed 4 typologies of fear, each with its own reactive behaviors and set of criteria for observing them. Each is described as a relationship between A and B, with A being the governing party or the controller of the public space, and B being the governed or the user. All typologies exclude the role of the designer because the architect's role is not objectively observable. For example, the first typology is immobility/exile. This occurs when A restricts or controls B's access to a public space. 2 observable reactions to this type of fear-mongering are vacation or forceful occupation, which take many forms ranging from protests to homelessness spikes on benches. Some observable symptoms of these reactions, however, which importantly can be documented, are police barricades and roadblocks into major public nodes, boarded up storefronts on commercial strips and squares, and vacant or ignored dedicated seating areas. I plan to explore these typologies and build design strategies for overcoming them through design intervention on 2 of the public plazas I'm observing, Las Vegas City Hall and Charlotte City Clerk. As an example of how these design interventions will test the proposed method, we can look at some of the exhibited typologies of fear on the sites and what methods could be tried to mitigate them. For Las Vegas City Hall, one of the observable typologies might be number 1. A restricts or controls access for B. This site has broad, sprawling steps with several railings and angles of approach. However, many of them are obstructed by solar panels and they all narrow to a single entrance and are otherwise unoccupiable. Therefore, while formally suggesting a welcoming approach, the plaza has a frustrated circulation that discourages and restricts user travel and dwelling. As an exercise, let's return to space syntax to find an aformal strategy. Bill Hillier and Julian Hansen developed an analytical diagram called a justified access diagram, as we saw. This graph, liberated from any projected view, isn't only meant to exhibit literal physical access, but also perceived choice. When applied early in a redesign of this plaza, typology of fear number 1 will be potentially mitigated by a choice-based approach that is sensitive to the idea of obstacle and physical obstruction of view. The Charlotte City Clerk site is a different animal. It is an example of typology number 4, A abandons B. A serious tragedy of poorly planned public space. This site falls victim to what Jane Jacobs describes as visual order, meaning that its organization is based first and foremost on its aesthetic geometry and plan. This leads to over signage, confusing or complete lack of program, and a half a block that is left vacant and unappealing because of its lack of guidance. Since the site has no discernible designated paths through it or around it for visitors, it's necessary to document the position of bodies over time throughout the plaza to observe the influence of space on user navigation and determine what is residual. A method for doing this could possibly be single frame time-lapse composition, which is highly effective in mapping the movement of bodies through a space as circulatory mass, with the density in the image reflecting the length of time a user spends in one position. These images can identify space that is made residual by the user. Through imagining these two civic plazas through the lens of user behavior, Archophobia seeks to test the theory that user-based systems for design need not take the form of subjective interview-based post-occupancy evaluation, and with the investment of proper experimentation, can instead be a core design tool accessible at any stage in the process. As a second charge, this project hopes to demonstrate that while individual experiences of oppression are intersectional and complex, this fact does not excuse designers of the built environment from engaging with and taking accountability for the ways in which architecture contributes to feelings of fear and danger. Just because symptoms are individual does not mean that they are unobservable. Design that directly addresses and mitigates the behavior of its users benefits everyone within the immediate cultural context. I would like to end on a quote by architect and psychologist Sharon Sutton. She says, "For architects to launch a debate against the very social institution that sustains them would be dangerous but necessary. It will become increasingly fraudulent for architects to claim that they are protecting the public's health, welfare, and safety while cities decay." While it may sound severe, Sutton is calling on designers to examine and evolve not only the work, but the methodology. Archophobia is a methodological endeavor, and so its results aim to contribute to the macro development of an architectural method. The project hopes to develop a form of diagrammatic analysis that offers user-based considerations early in the design process or proactively as opposed to after construction. While aformal analysis is a common approach to post-occupancy evaluation, Archophobia challenges designers to begin somewhere other than form. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Claire. Are there any quick clarification questions for Claire before we move on to Charles? All right. Charles, are you ready to cue it up?
I am.
Awesome. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for your time and energy today. The title of my thesis is Slow Motion, the Tempo of Growth and Form of New Orleans Circulation Systems. Like aqueducts, roads are considered one of the earliest and most effective technological utilities related to sustained long-term urban development. And once these institutional structures of urban settlements galvanized, the archetypal configuration of the cities in the modern world would rarely change. As Lewis Mumford states in Cities in History, the paved road widened the province of transportation and gave the city command over men and resources in distant areas. This became a fixation of 20th century American cities as they rapidly exercised technological systems to perform regimented topographic manipulations and increasingly intensifying forms of material refinement for roadway construction. And unlike most American cities, New Orleans was settled before the proliferation of land transportation networks and their associated technological advancements. the city still relied on the most efficient means of transport, natural waterways and ridges. So that's what you see here indicated in dashed lines, potential trails, ridges. And these waterways and competing or pathways started to compete. And I think this is part of the, like an emblematic cycle of pressure and resistance in urban settlements. So the original canal, the Carondelet Canal, was eventually put pressure on by a railroad, and then a little bit later, another canal, which had a much more efficient path to the back of the city. And I think what's important here is the dominant institutional structures have started to galvanize, and the city grid slowly crept further into the surrounding dynamic deltaic landscape. In a way, the sustained occupation of such a fluid landscape is a testament to human resilience in a city where environmental adaptation has always been a persistent and relentless struggle. This has become emblematic representation of our unique city. For the first 200 years, it moved at a slower pace. And while the utility of movement was still vital, streets took on a more social role as conduits for cultural activity. Shelled roadways and railroad systems began to claim similar associations with pre-existing ridges and waterways, while also pushing through the environment to find paths of least resistance. Increasing thickness here is meant to illustrate increases in energy intensity of transportation networks. So moving into the 20th century, here's where man's desire to dominate space and time heavily favored transportation technologies that reduce friction and promote free, uninterrupted movement. Progress in a Western sense has become synonymous for the ongoing regimentation of man and a presumed mastery of the landscape through aggressive extraction and exploitation of resources and rapid expansions in paved surface area. Centuries of slower incremental growth are bypassed, and remarkable transformations take place in an aggressive reorganization of the public right-of-way that values high-paced traffic movement. And for New Orleans, this led to an accelerated replacement of vast networks of stone paving systems deemed too uncomfortable for travel and too difficult to keep clean. Smoothness became synonymous with sanitation, the catapulting asphalt forward as the material of choice. However, the perceived superiority of this technological application in New Orleans is most likely relegated to a short period of time. Oops. It's also important to note during this time period upriver, there were major engineering projects taking place to ensure the long-term security of New Orleans. Starting in 1993, the Bonnet Carré Spillway was introduced as a pressure relief valve. And then in 1963, we decided the river may jump course. So we created a diversion mechanism, and then in 73 added another spillway. So we're constantly pushing and trying to control this vital component of the city as all of this rapid development is happening. So the goal is to really sample 3 areas of the city, and after going through this, it's about looking at 3 transects that have a relationship to the river. These natural ridges move to the back slope or bowl of the city and intersect with some of these major transportation networks. And the idea here is to look at a series of layers to try and develop a new set of design criteria for paving system streets related to more ecological and equitable forms of mobility. Currently, an unprecedented street restoration project is taking place in the city to restore 400 miles of damaged infrastructure. This means that about 30% of the entire city streetscape is being reconstructed with the same century-old impermeable technology,
while newly constructed private developments are required to manage stormwater on site. Here, design criteria for new streets is related to economy and rider comfort. This is an excerpt from a publication from an engineer in 1912 looking at a myriad of different paving types, and he also developed a very regimented set of design criteria. Those are cheapness, durability, ease of cleaning, ease of maintenance, favorableness to travel, low resistance to traffic, non-slippery, and sanitariness. You can kind of see a theme here. And it's interesting to know at this particular moment in time, obviously cobblestone scores really low, but wood actually scores really high, mostly due to the fact that it was smooth and had great acoustic properties and could be cleaned easy. So in a way, the problem situated here was really about speed, comfort, and sanitation, and those kind of became driving characteristics for how paving would move forward. Now looking on the right of the screen, this is an analysis of Sanborn maps of New Orleans in 1908, illustrating grid-like street layout with a myriad of street paving applications. These various paving applications illustrate forms of slower incremental growth unique to historic cities whose built fabric relied primarily on readily accessible and abundant local materials and a significant amount of improvisation. And jumping forward a little bit to the 1920s, so these are the 6 main paving types that are described in New Orleans 1920 standards and specifications. And there are a couple of variations, but this unique time also coincides with the rapid growth of cities and increasing levels of municipal control over the function of urban streets. So this was a highly contested moment in time for cities such as New Orleans, where private landowners shared the financial responsibility of paving city streets and had considerable influence on the types of paving applications being used. Tillman, the same engineer who developed this criteria, notes that in 1912, New Orleans property owners still bore 75% of the responsibility for paving. And this is described further in the 1920 standards and specs, which also alludes to the increasing power of civil engineers and repetitive language that makes it clear that even though private owners are bearing the financial responsibility, their petitions for specific systems can be overturned by the authority of the city. And even by Tillman's standards for what makes a good pavement, the streets of New Orleans come up woefully inadequate. So the dominating application here kind of represents one of the issues of this, the dominating application of this material. It's quite clear that it has an unbalanced ability to adapt to persistent social and ecological pressures. And the stagnant nature of this situation aligns with the focus area of urban obduracy within science, technology, and social studies. This refers to the slow-paced and or stalled efforts of urban policy and planning to continuously adapt larger-scale infrastructure systems. And that this is kind of unique to humans. This resistance to change is a socio-technical dilemma that locks social and economic systems in specific states and trajectories which reduce the overall resilience and capacity to renew and reorganize. This often seems like a celebrated quality of New Orleans, but the attitude is changing due to increased dialogues of relationship between pedestrian mobility, sustainability, and social equity. So at the same time, what I'm also doing is developing a qualitative method of coding incremental and dramatic historic moments to better understand their relationships. So I'm looking at 6 categories, but this is an example of being able to filter out and pull maybe key moments in policy, whether it be the emergence of the American Public Health Association, municipal franchises being awarded, for centralized water and waste systems as a way to set up how people thought at this time. So this is really the question: how can the physical construction of the street be defined in a more adaptive way? And so looking into resources a little bit, I think that the map you're seeing represents every point there's an active or inactive oil well in Louisiana. And if you're not familiar, asphalt is essentially the byproduct of oil refining process and is mostly composed of the waste byproducts. And I would argue that our city's honeymoon with the smooth success of asphalt is coming to an end, as it's commonly understood that the same quality is contributing to the rapid subsidization of ground conditions by seamless and uninterrupted connections to a centralized, mostly subsurface drainage system that is quickly moving water out of our city. So it'll be important to study material refining processes all around. So this is an illustrative example of 4 systems historically, looking at cobblestone, granite, brick, and asphalt. Each have their own refining processes, where cobblestone may be more about selecting and rotating so that the deepest part is in the ground. Granite, a little bit more intense shaping required. Brick being a mixture of softer materials and casts. And then asphalt, again, the part of a byproduct of a larger refining process. So there are a couple ways to evaluate road permeability. We can easily look at overall length of roadways based on widths to pull up large orders of magnitude, and can also study permeability of sections of different street types. Zooming in a little bit related to permeability. So this is, for me, one of the issues where the city is requiring new developments over 5,000 square foot to hold stormwater on site. This is represented in the area in red. Well, if we just take an entire block and we use that same requirement, it yields about 77,000 cubic foot of water, which ironically is very close to the volume of the entire existing construction materials used in common street paving systems. And what I'm also illustrating here is just a series of different gutter evolutions that still occur in the city. And these are really about visible and localized water detention. The nuisances of things that occupy the public right-of-way, I think, are also of interest. For some reason, trees get a really bad rap in the city, but they're beloved at the same time. So, thinking about, there's a lot of rules about where trees should go and relative to what, but I think there may be some missing opportunities here. Additionally, there's a pretty intensive amount of pruning that you may see driving through the city, where Entergy is required to prune a 10-foot clearance around tree canopies, thus reducing a lot of the tree's canopy area. Looking at kind of mobility assessments, this is ways to just kind of classify different types of streets and argue that if the motorized mobility rating of a street is different, therefore its paving type should be considered differently. So travel to idle ratios is one way, where you just look at driving lanes versus parking. You can look at the speed of a street, so 0 to 70, where 70 would be 100. Is it one way or two way? As well as vibration. So this is an example of scoring just the motorized mobility of one street. And the vibration analysis is borrowed from an international standard for mechanical vibration and shock. So this can be used to develop a threshold of different street types based on these metrics. And furthermore, this is really, I'm doing this right now with a phone, a vibration app in my car. So I think it's really interesting to think about the technology available to us with the accelerometers and how we can map this types of informations and basically apply it to mobility levels throughout the city. This also applies to pedestrian mobility. So looking at a way of scoring corner-to-corner mobility, whether cross slopes, faults, obstructions, or widths aren't ADA compliant, mapping those to the 9 block and then again to the entire grid. And so here is really where I'm leaving off with a couple ideas. Looking at 3 potential sectional conditions here, the upper one being the existing one-way. So I think a lot of this is really about how the space of the street can get reconstituted, right? As autonomous driving comes in and on-demand transportation, can we potentially kind of ditch the symmetry and think of other ways of reorganizing the street? And what you're also seeing here is flexible type of armor that's used in erosion control extensively, and would probably be a nice suitable flexible material that could also be moved for different scenarios down the road where we might have to embed further infrastructure to build new ridges and embankments in the city over longer periods of time. So the graph on the plan on the left is just showing some of those ideas. Cross slope canals may happen perpendicular to the city to help slow water down, and new ridges and embankments may be areas that have become less developed over time. And last but not least, solar beltways along bridges and transportation networks that are much wider, that don't require as much tree cover. These are some of the things to consider moving forward. And that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Charles. Are there any quick clarification questions for Charles before we move on to our last presentation of the day?
Yeah, did you say anything about how the 400 miles of street that they're going to be rebuilt? How they're going to be rebuilt? Has that been planned?
Yeah, it's currently underway, and it's asphalt, same technology.
Okay. All right. That's it.
Great. All right, Thea, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Awesome. Thank you.
Hello, welcome. My name is Thea Spring. I'm my thesis director in Yaqui Alde, and my thesis is called Metabolic Murapesh, Public Green Space for the Extended Metropolis. Today's cities are enlarging their infrastructure to accommodate their sprawl. Many are marketing their projects as establishing new extended conceptions of citizenship. In Paris, the regional government imagines a near future where citizens will identify themselves as Grands Parisiens. Beyond infrastructure, my primary concern regards public space, particularly green space. Could the public green space of the extended metropolis play a different and more engaged role in the 21st century? Expanding past its Haussmannian center and out of its fortified belt, Grand Paris absorbed its surroundings to fill with the influx of citizens in need of housing, particularly post-World War II and from ex-French colonies. Agricultural plots and single-family homes were quickly and massively replaced with multi-story housing. Today, many of these extended urbanizations, called banlieues, particularly in the eastern region of Seine-Saint-Denis, are considered sensitive and priority urban zones with high unemployment and standards of living much below the regional and national average. In the middle of this eastern region, there exists 30 hectares known as the Murapesh, or walls of peaches. Once the most important agricultural and economic tool of the town of Montreuil, this matrix of rock and plaster walls built to create a warmer microclimate, is now the host to a very diverse urbanism. Its once 300-hectare sprawl still defines many parts of Montreuil, but perhaps the best introduction of this metabolic space is a text from a family friend who decided to go a few days after my visit. He says in this text, "It's a very vast subject, and you will have to organize the information concerning history, archaeology, the technical, the archaeological, the associative, the political, the social, the romantics, the organics, the fake organics, the aspiring organics, the Romanians, the gypsies, hydrology, pruning fruit trees, trees for birds, trees against disease, Monsanto, the Socialist Party, the Greens, the weather geology, and others. Oh, I forget the artists, the beer sellers, the concrete pourers, the plaster workers." Now, to begin understanding its potentials, I started to build upon Marina Alberti's framework of urban ecologies, which structures interactions and feedbacks between human and biophysical systems. Everyone there reuses, recycles, adds upon, and creatively deals with problems from access to water to ground pollution. Fruits and vegetables appear at random places, not limited to human decisions. Some gardens are neat and run by little organizations, while others are filled with household trash and covered with wild plants. The sectional condition of the walls creates hundreds of microenvironments where one can enter through different spaces with usually none feeling like the surrounding concrete suburb. A compilation of land use, transportation, and drainage patterns began to gain even more depth when expanding the research to surrounding Montreuil. The murs à pêche have been a consistent character in its post-agricultural, industrial, and metropolitan history as it was absorbed by Paris, and as a consistent reminder, both in the plot proportions of the town and in their sectional quality. Like a family ghost, they appear in countless photos and postcards through the 19th and 20th centuries. Exploring processes such as runoff, nutrient cycles, and movement of organisms is still in the research phase, as sciences is one of my biggest weaknesses. Perhaps a result of this was a skepticism of such circular flowcharts and a realization of the importance of spatial, formal, material, and cultural attributes that are necessary also to consider bringing the murs à pêche further into the 21st century. Just as the philosopher André Courbos describes, what matters in the landscape is less its objectivity than the value attributed to its configuration. This value is and can only be cultural. In the repetitive vertical concrete stackland that is much of Seine-Saint-Denis, finding out what makes people identify with a place and what can invite their imagination and creativity feels crucial to a successful public green space. Now, researching historic changes of community dynamics led to discoveries such as that the first film studio in history and the first center of cinematographic industry in the world was built between these walls. And that the gypsum mine, just a few hundred feet away from this thesis site of the remaining 30 hectares, was for 40 years since its closing an unregulated and mostly illegal motocross competition arena, renowned through the region. As population growth and economic growth constructed the banlieues we know today, gypsum mines were filled in and most of its sectional qualities erased. It seems that much of its imaginative potential was too. The findings of this research and qualities of the murs à pêche led me to choose this section as a primary design tool for the upcoming thesis. An overview of its historic uses in architecture and across other disciplines showed its strength in being a representative and a generative tool. I then studied a group of buildings and public space projects to learn from their use of this section as a generative tool, from using historic sectional logics from their city context to using altitude to bring attention to new realities of contemporary life. Lastly, my thesis proposal research expanded its realm by considering many landscape approaches, both for the theoretical value as well as their use of sectional drawing types, from the deep section to landscape transects to sections explored sequentially over time in space. As I continue to build research and understand the range of human biophysical systems active in this urban ecosystem of the murs à pêche, I hope that this methodology and use of the section as a design tool will help generate ideas to use this historic matrix and its embedded potential to propose a more active, productive, educational, and stimulating public space for the diverse societies of the extended metropolis. Thank you.
Thank you, Thea. Are there any questions for Thea before we begin the panel discussion? All right, Professor Pope, I will turn it over to you.
All right. I like the idea of having a sort of research symposium. I don't know if I'm prepared to try to lash those 4 projects together, and I don't actually know how productive that would be in the end, to try to find the perfect common denominator between them. I think some of them are more closely related to public space, or to, which I think is a better formulation, future or publics. But I do think that, I mean, each of you has a significant or a substantial body of research, and the problem is really how you turn that into a design proposition. How do you take what you dug up, mostly from specialist discourses, right? Whether they're, you know, Oscar Newman's the Psychology of Spaces, or postcards from Paris, or that incredible list that was just read out about the various aspects of the walls of peaches, as well as the intricacies of roads, all the different ways to analyze roads. The problem is trying to figure out how that research can be driven into a productive design problem. A lot of that has to do with overcoming the specialized information that you're getting and you're collecting, and how to turn that into its opposite, which is really a generalist proposal, something that pulls the pieces together, stands back from the parts, and understands that none of these discourses have a way of just completely describing the problem, like the person that says that street trees are bad, right? That comes from a very narrow perspective, from a specialist, probably somebody who's in charge of utility poles or electric lines. You have to figure out how to step back and filter out the specialized information that you have. And the filter is specifically about how you turn that into a productive design proposition. It does require that you stand back. One of the ways that we've done it is in the past, by subjecting them, subjecting any of this specialist discourse to its translation in the past, its translation into prior architectures and prior cities. And there does seem to be an urban theme in the first, the second, I guess in all 4 of the projects, where in various ways you've looked at the cities or parts of the cities, city walls, old typologies like the arcades, new typologies like corporate spaces, or even roadways, and figure out how any of those phenomena generate a more holistic effect on the environment, which pulls together all of those, the different strands of the research that you're looking at. So you have a way to come at this material, right? That you're not just at the mercy of the specialist. I think if I, just to do justice to the research that you've done, spend a moment to go through them using that lens, one by one, it might ultimately be useful to you. I think the question I have about and I'll just take them in order, Isabel's arcade projects, using the arcade projects, there's a lot there that you are referencing, and I think you would be helped. Benjamin was a Marxist historian, and he was looking at the passage as a historian trying to understand the 19th century. And I think the question is, do you take his methodology, or do you look at his specific example? The methodology is pretty straightforward. It's the sort of reflection of the economic substructure in the cultural superstructure. That's how he saw the arcades, as a manifestation of the means of production as they emerged on the street and became part of an urban culture. Obviously, that urban culture is no longer current. It wasn't even current at the time that he himself was analyzing it, because he was a historian. So I think you have to put yourself into, you'd have to either follow his enthusiasm for arcades and how they moved up through time, and where we are now with arcades, which is really a typological study, versus his methodology, which is to take a type, a living type, one that's being produced, and as you said, is something that is reflecting. It's not hidden from view, but it's not yet understood, or certainly not yet incorporated into culture. The passage has long since been incorporated into culture. So I think you would want to make up your mind about whether you follow the type or whether you follow the methodology, which is the methodology of using a piece of urbanism to define the larger interests and the larger, I think the notion that it's inherently public is correct, public profile from that architectural type. I'm not sure that how Sylvia Lavin fits into this. Maybe she's done something like that that I don't know about, where she's focused on a type as representative of the moment. I suspect that I don't think that she has, that I know of, don't think she has. At any rate, that's not what you've chosen. You've chosen the arcade, right? You've chosen the typological investigation as opposed to the historic methodology, which is why the Spring Street arcade makes sense. Otherwise, just recognize that you're dealing with a typology which, as you show very clearly, is no longer active. And for Benjamin, the fact that the arcades were an active typology in the 19th century is what mattered the most. I think you probably want to sort some of that out before you declare your which I think you were doing, your site as the Spring Street Arcade, beautiful as that is. The second one, my reactions have to do with, I mean, there's a lot of good background work in terms of Oscar Newman and Jane Jacobs and Gutman. I think the post-occupancy versus pre-occupancy is interesting. And I actually liked the fact that you take on the methodology, a methodological problem. I'm not sure that subjective states, as you're trying to describe them and define them with the Hilliard space syntax model, it is a way of abstracting form or extracting form from activity is going, in the end, is going to do it for you. I think many ways the photographers are more interesting in terms of trying to play up the relationship between people and spaces and people and forms. There is a kind of anti-formal bias that's coming through in your presentation, and you need to get over that. You don't have to discredit a form-based approach in order to do a good job of this. I think probably what I would caution you to think this through is not as what is the problem with the spaces you've identified or of spaces, general public spaces in general, but what is the dynamic, dysfunctional or functional, between space and occupation or form and occupation, as opposed to trying to take form out of the equation. Subjective states are tricky because you can go to the best public spaces in the world and find miserable people, right? They're always going to be there. And you are going to go to horrible spaces and find the most amazing and wonderful and charming people. Subjective states, it's very difficult to turn that into a prescriptive methodology. I think you want to take one step, which is what the space syntax, I think, was trying to do. I think your photographer, the slow motion and the time lapse make much more interesting records, and they keep it from being, they take it out of the more prescriptive relationship and put it into more general framework of the relationship of bodies to space. From a methodological standpoint, I think that would be stronger. The spaces that you picked, you said something at the end about one of the people you studied said that public spaces, that architects shouldn't take on public spaces in the face of urban decay. And I think that's it's pretty important to the spaces that you're looking at. The South Bronx, for example, HOK thing. Charlotte, downtown Charlotte is, there's very little of downtown Charlotte left, as well as Las Vegas. Decay is maybe not the right word, but spaces whose energies over the last half century have moved towards the periphery. And in some way drain the centers of these spaces of their density, which is actually what makes public space work. I mean, any of the spaces that you form, that you looked at, even the awful, that huge plaza in Charlotte, corporate plaza in Charlotte, if it were surrounded by Hong Kong type densities, would be successful beyond your imaginations. So I don't think you want to lose the urban dimension of this thing. Also, I don't think you want to just look at the site plan of those spaces and try to figure out why they are failing, because the logic is going to be found in what's around. And on the third one, I think the streets are a really fascinating. It's a lens through which to look at cities. I don't remember where exactly it was, but Aldo Rossi, the Italian historian / architect, said that the most permanent part of the city is its plan, not its buildings, its plan. And I think that speaks a lot about the importance of roads and road beds, and their ability to govern, or really to hold the future direction of the city within their layout. It is going to survive cities, mostly because they're tied in with ownership. But I think even in a larger sense, you really have to respect, say, Broadway cutting through the commissioner's plan in New York, right? Where you just couldn't, Broadway is the only pre-existing street, or the main pre-existing street, which they could not alter. So I think that you could spend some, I like the quote from Mumford, and I think you can spend some time on that. But you're really, streets can go all over the place, and all the way from the historical to the material to the technical. I think you've got to find a way to prioritize the things that you're looking at in order to turn this into a project. When you gave us the 3 examples, at the end, it seemed like mostly you're looking at technical criteria. I couldn't really tell what they were, the solar beltways, one-way street, but they were mostly technical criteria. And most of your presentation had to do with the material qualities. You have a critique of asphalt, of smoothness and of convenience, which I think is probably a good critique. You said that is short-lived. Asphalt and New Orleans don't have a future, but you didn't say exactly why. You talked a little bit about the control of nature, John McPhee, the Atchafalaya diversion that he documents in that, which I think is maybe getting you off track a bit. I think it's amazing that they're doing 400 miles of street improvement, which makes your project even more interesting. But I think you've got to come down on a position about the streets. How does the old and the new technology relate to each other? You're talking about your phone apps representing the vibration, but at the same time, you're talking about brick and asphalt and granite streets. And I think you've got to sort the information and come up with a priority of your sources, in order to make some decisions about, your three street. If you end up going into 3 street types, I don't think you've made that sorting when you. If your thesis is to come up with some street types, I think the 3 you gave us don't represent a very good cross section of your research, and it probably should or could. It seemed like, especially reading your piece, that you were looking back to an older form of street making as being more durable and in terms of our present day problems, resilient. But you'd have to make that argument, right? I'm not sure that you really made that argument. You just told us about the old material. And then the Thea's project of the Murai Pesh, which I'd never heard of, sounds amazing, and it sounds like an analysis of, as opposed to opposed to the second project, Claire's project, where it's been decided that this is public space, and it's been set up as public space. You're looking at something that was never set up as public space and looking at its public dimension, and then tying that to the phenomena of these walls, which I think is quite makes it an interesting case study. The biggest problem I have is when you then jump to a section as the generative tool, which is so broad and abstract that we forget the walls, right? I all of a sudden, it's not a specific enough, it is a,
I think you just muted yourself accidentally.
it's too, it could be anything, not close enough to your walls and their public dimension. I think there are a couple of things. I think the Grand Paris, is the most, at least in the Western world, it's the most ambitious civic project that's being built right now, or the new loops, the new subways that are being planned around Paris and being built. I think that's an interesting trigger for me, for your project. And the Grand Ensemble, I think you probably weren't quite fair to, I think there are contexts for this as well, if only in showing the opposite of what you're showing with the evolution of the Murai Pesh. You should look at, it seems like there's a good amount of guerrilla gardening going on out there. And if you don't know it, that's a thing. A lot of people, even in Houston, take over abandoned lots to grow food on. And there's a strong tradition, not as much in Paris as in, say, Germanic cities, of allotment gardens. To the point, if you look at the 30s experiments in housing, they all had allotment gardens, a big U-shaped ring by Tout. I forgot the name of the project. Everyone had in that U-shaped ring an allotment garden. In other words, there are some typologies that you can attach to that. So I think it's an interesting project, but I think you want to stay closer to it than just understanding that as a springboard for design as a sectional proposition. I think your public space is, the thinking of through this as a public environment as it's evolved is pretty interesting. If you want to stay with Paris, you can begin with the fact that 20% of the population of Paris lives inside the périphérique. The périphérique is the 50s boulevard that surrounds what we think of as Paris. All the arrondissements are in that périphérique, and that's only 20% of the population. 80% live in a world that is so unlike that the Paris that we think of, and that's really what has precipitated this new push of Grand Paris, is that the center of Paris has been, in many ways, is close to becoming turned over to the tourists and the 1%. Thus, the need for the reorganization of the suburbs, the faubourg, and I think in your case, a need for public space that obviously is not going to be met the way that need is met inside the periphery, but in these very different circumstances, which are fundamentally much less dense and much more green, right?
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
My phone, my watch is talking. My watch doesn't understand what I'm saying. I hope that's not your problem. Anyway, so I think there is a continuity about thinking through the public, which I guess is future publics, and what the proper relationship is between, to try to turn this into a kind of larger topic, the environments of the past that we're looking at, whether it's the old baseball stadiums, which were incredibly public, or the old arcades, or the old streets in New Orleans and their cobblestones or their granite paving, or these old agricultural areas, how we think those through a contemporary context. I have a particular take on it, which might be different from yours and your directors. So I don't want to throw a wrench in anyone's thinking. Maybe it's too early for that to happen anyway. But I do think you want to, if I go back to the arcade example, I would definitely choose Benjamin's methodologies over the specific subject that he took, which is the arcades. In other words, I would try to find the equivalent of what an arcade is today that is an active typology, one that we are presently building, and therefore has that relationship between the economic base and the cultural superstructure, that the material basis that he found. What in the city would perform that function today that the arcade performed in the 19th century? Because I think in all of these public dimensions, we have come up so short in the 20th century, and that it's obviously a problem of public space that's been built in the lack of public space that's been built in the last 70 years, and the mode in which we can build today is not really accommodating any significant public spaces. I think is witnessed by your research, if only the research on the what?
Just perhaps more guests want to jump in. I don't want to interrupt, but they're like.
Sure, jump in. So I guess what I would say, if I want to finish this, it would be how do we, given that the need for, that there is a public dimension to all of these projects, given that they're all in some ways done a very good job of looking back and trying to figure out how publics have been reconstituted in the past. The question is, how directly do you translate those past examples to the urbanism that we produce today?
I'll jump in and maybe just similarly go kind of down the line with each of you to begin. Isabel, I appreciate the research very much. And I think perhaps your identification of the term threshold is maybe your way of expanding the definition of arcade today, because you've already started to consider it. I think that any kind of conversation of arcade needs to confront its relationship to commerce. So it was always tied to commerce. And so to substitute commerce with education seems a little bit abrupt right now. And then, let's see, there are some arcades, contemporary arcades. One that I know is the arcade by Preston Scott Cohen. It's in New York. And I think maybe tellingly with this relationship to commerce is it's for Goldman Sachs. So I think there's a kind of interesting lineage between the market and now the kind of the institutions that are funding the current, which I think is very different than your attitude of the potential of the arcade. So I think, yeah, making that link between, or that jump from commerce to education or commerce to the academy, I think is one that I would consider. And maybe another kind of model to look at is, in this kind of expanded definition of arcade, would be the model of the Chelsea market. It's maybe a kind of benign reference here, but it's interesting typologically in what it does by kind of inverting the relationship one has to the street, because it internalizes the street. And so wholesale actually occurs on the exterior in the space of the street with the loading docks, and then the street is actually internalized and then double loaded on both sides, where kind of the market, the typical kind of market activity would occur in the street. So I think I would say that's definitely a kind of definition of arcade, but maybe you need to kind of bracket or define what the ways in which you are defining arcade today. Claire, I think I love the premise of the project. It seems like your project, your thesis is essentially like updating and modernizing William White's initial or original study on the social life of public spaces, which, when was that developed? Maybe the 70s. So it's, that's been about 50 years. So it's time that kind of dated methodology gets refreshed. So I think in sort of pursuit of the development of a methodology, rather than a design solution, let's say, I would almost hesitate you identifying with one particular site and proposing a design for it. Because I think the thesis really is the design of this methodology. I would look to, in line with the kind of photographic path, which I think I'm very excited about, and being a little bit familiar with like Pele's work, I would add the project Average Bryant Park by Ultramoderne to your kind of list of precedents. And then Charles, I think for me, and I think Albert kind of spoke very articulately about this, but is defining the scope. I think the scope of work for the thesis. It's an incredible body of research, and an incredible and thorough historical accounting. But I found it like we didn't get to the kind of thesis question until maybe like 3/4 of the way into the presentation. So I wonder if you can develop a clearer, more concise set of investigative questions up front. And then I think New Orleans is just sort of the like point of departure. It's not about New Orleans so much as the imperative for finding alternative systems of road making. And I think that then if your project goes more toward the technical route, I see it kind of in line with like the development of an invention or a patent or some kind of strategy along that end. And then the solution becomes much more widespread than simply New Orleans. New Orleans becomes the the kind of vehicle or the case study city for it, which I think is great. But right now there's like a lot of buildup, a lot of accounting of New Orleans, which I think is great, but also not totally necessary at the same time. And Thea, also very excited about your project, and I was also unfamiliar with the chosen site. I think for the thesis, the risk is the site being more interesting than the project. So to what extent are you developing in maybe like similar lines to Claire, a methodology for sort of conversion of like previously like complicated privatized spaces into public spaces? And maybe the section is a part of your arsenal. I did notice on one of your slides that you said Olmsted used no section, and I think that's false. I think Olmsted used section kind of like brilliantly. And so I took a little issue with that, but I think expanding your toolkit, beginning with the analysis, maybe you need to begin analyzing one precedent, one case study, and then try to leverage from there or pivot from there into a generative toolkit from that point forward.
In returning to like the kind of the conversational spirit of the symposium, I'm curious to get the respondents kind of maybe talking back and forth a little bit to see if there's any sort of mutual discussions that you all want to have amongst yourselves in regard to the work, or if there are any kind of probing questions that we want to get from the students so that we can get them kind of responding to some of these topics. The feedback is excellent, by the way. It's amazing.
So are you suggesting the students asking some questions?
Or maybe we can probe some questions for them or amongst the respondents.
Sure.
Can I just maybe some comments to try to help the students? Sorry for spelling mistakes in your name, and I'm not so great at typing. So Claire, I apologize. But for me, one thing that came up maybe more in this session than the other two, particularly I have to say with the first two presentations. So with Isabel and Claire, I understand this is it starts as research and it goes to the next semester with design and the kind of research continuing. I think design research is clearly what we're all about. But I'm really wondering to what degree the role of architects, the role of urbanists, I know there's a strong role, and it's not to undermine it, of history and theory. But for me, I believe somehow, and I wonder if when we're in a crisis of architecture, we're in a crisis of urbanism, we're in a crisis of the built environment, the more we retreat from actually proposing action, I wonder if we're going to be simply irrelevant and be taken over by engineers and others. So for me, I would encourage you to use the kind of deep dive that you've gone into history and theory, and to really bring it to the present and to the future, no? To the knowing that our cities and our environments need dramatic reformulation. So in that sense, I think it's the use of history, the use of our precedent is always really important. But I think you're the generation that that really needs to project something, I would say, wildly different than what we have. So I mean, I don't think you're in a program of history and theory, but you're in a program of architecture and to me, it's about acting, you know, studying the city and acting in the city, to not simply retreat to the world of history, the world of theory. So it's a little bit of an observation. And again, not knowing, you know, knowing that this semester was a research semester, but it just, you know, I would encourage you not to get too lost in that realm of history and theory, and to really use it as a way to leap and take a chance. Take a chance to experiment. I think that's what is wonderful about a thesis.
So it's often harder to translate the research into a project than it is to do the research in the first place, and find within that an attitude, develop an attitude that would allow you to take that research and instrumentalize it. And I think, you know, in Thayas, I was thinking about, strangely, Lacaton and Vassal, do you know the architects? They have an approach to what's existing out there, which is very different than we've seen in the past, and what's different than actually is going on, where they're almost treating the new city like the old city. They're restoring, they're finding value in these junky buildings. There's no other way to describe them. And I think there's something that is an attitude to the past, even though it's an attitude to the recent past. I think it's an attitude to the past that these things have an extraordinary value. That value is just completely ignored or covered up by the banality of what exists. In that case, if you look at the projects they've renovated, turning completely nondescript, you can't even call them modern buildings, into real environments, talks about a certain kind of economy. It talks about looking at the past as a resource that we don't want to waste or throw away, but at the same time is not adequate in itself, and goes through some major transformations. I think that is the kind of, I'm not arguing that you should relate that to any of the road or the arcade or to the old gardens necessarily. All I'm doing is pointing to that as the kind of attitude you have to develop in order to make the step into design. You know, in other words, you have to have an approach, you have to have a way of thinking about these environments that you're looking at, which they certainly do or have, and seeing them not as precious, but as actually just a valuable resource that in our resource-starved world must be held onto and developed. And I would say something, you know, something like that, given what you're looking at in terms of the peach walls, in terms of the old arcades, and even in terms of the old roads, as opposed to getting nostalgic about the past, or overly protective of it, that you look at it, material that now can be repurposed in the service of the many problems, many new problems that we have today. I think that you can, if you stand back from your research, you want to look at, that's how I would look at L'Occitane and Vassal. In other words, I could give you, I could do some research on their work and talk about each of their projects, but I would rather stand back and say, how are they thinking about this world that they're analyzing? What's unique about their perspective? What are they saving? What are they throwing away? That is what you need to extract from that, that given that you're all looking at older resources, which is almost a necessity when you're thinking about public and public spaces, developing an attitude to that would then allow you to filter this research into a project that I agree needs to be committed to problems that didn't exist when any of these roads or arcades or agricultural walls were made, right? We have different problems and a very different urban context. How we approach that is really to develop an attitude about that is what you really need to do to move towards a project. I know that sounds so self-evident, very self-evident, but a lot of times, like L'Occitane and Vassal seems, oh yeah, that's kind of obvious. But in the projects they were doing, they were going to tear those buildings down, right?
I see Carol's mic open.
Yeah. So, I mean, we're out of time, or either over time or out of time, or I won't take very much time, and my comments are completely disparate. So, I think, Charles, we've had so many conversations over this semester about the things you've been thinking about, and I think, I don't know that you passed over it quickly, but within this larger context for all of you, it seems to me, and Albert's made this contribution already, that moving from the case study to what you can generalize is an important aspect of what you're doing. I'm so excited about, and really want to congratulate you on your research, all the research that you've done. And I think in the thesis project, the design project, you come back down, to a particular proposition. But in between, this ability to generalize from your case study a set of hypotheses that for which your case is a foundation is important work that you have to do. And I hope you'll be able to do that in the next research course. Charles, I know that this whole idea of obduracy and policy is an important aspect, I think, of what you're looking at. How you look at municipal and federal policy around technology is really important. Claire, I have a very specific recommendation for you, and that is to look at Harry Wolf's Mecklenburg County Courthouse. That's across the plaza from the building. Your perspective was to the plaza, from the plaza to the earlier building. But Harry Wolf's building is a very optimistic building with a passage through to a park, and it opens up all of that public space, which gets shut down, with worries about terrorism and so forth. But I would look at Harry Wolf's building and try to think about what optimistic visions of public space there are in that building. Isabel, everybody said, I think, what needs to be said about your project. And I just, the Symposium in Buenos Aires, of course, they're French, I suppose, at base, but they're constantly reused and constantly, every one of these buildings that still exists that's been reused has been so beloved. I mean, and not just from, I think, a nostalgic point of view. But I agree that whatever it is about these spaces that made them, consummate and Benjamin's ideal, has to be pursued into something future inceptive. And Claire, I mean, I love the sort of dedicated research that you'd like to undertake. And all I can say is I agree about really focusing on the methodology of interrogation. But what I really took mostly from your presentation, Claire, was your statement that of this idea of sort of looking to the user before they become end users, some place in the middle, and what sort of interview, whatever methodology it is, whether it's photography or the space syntax or whatever, that you work your way toward that. Okay, I spoke longer than I meant to, but thank you all so much.
Well, we are at time. So, I just want to thank everybody for a wonderful day. Albert, thank you so much for moderating this session. It was a pleasure to get your perspective. It was excellent feedback, and I know the students are going to be very much appreciative of that. And thank you also to our respondents, Carrie, Kelly, Carol. Am I missing anybody? But thank you so much for your insights. Again, just a treasure to have you to spend the afternoon with us. I don't know if there are any concluding comments that anybody would like to make regarding the day. I think, many of the comments did have some summation, broad suggestions about how to think critically about the production of the thesis as a design proposition coming out of an area of research. So a number of the comments were trending in that direction toward the end here. But I don't know if there are any sort of wrap up comments, but I'm happy to take a few minutes if there are any.
I can offer one quickly. What differentiates the thesis project from, a design studio project is I think you really need to define the criteria for its evaluation as you're proceeding. I mean, we need to do that for every project and in a design studio environment as well, but in a project in which you are completely in kind of authorship of the problem, authorship of the methodology, of the process. It's really important that you have in a kind of objective means that an audience can internalize to evaluate your work. So how are you determining the measures of its success?
Awesome.
But in this little gap, I would throw in one quick comment, which was that somewhere around 33 years ago, Albert Pope was my thesis instructor. And I made probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 presentations like the ones you just did to him. And every time for the first 8, he found a fundamental flaw in what I was doing and identified it clearly and convincingly. And each time I determined that there was no point in going on, that I'd need to drop out of school and take up my uncle on his offer to work in the steel mill. And I guess I told him that after the 8th time, and he told me that there would always be a fatal flaw. There would always be a fundamental contradiction in what you're doing. And I was having terrible flashbacks today while he was critiquing your projects, but I was also remembering that that advice that there would always be a flaw. And I think that's something I'm trying to take away from today too, which is that because we're trying to cut some new ground, because we're trying to invent a new way of confronting problems that are unprecedented, I think we have to expect that there'll be contradictions and fundamental flaws in our ways of proceeding, but that we, I think, tilt forward and proceed with that knowledge, but in spite of that knowledge. And I think you all are well positioned to move into what I think is the hardest part of this, which is getting started designing something with all you know about why it can't happen or why it shouldn't be. So that's just some equipment, a little tip to you all to get through this next part with the sort of optimism that you all brought to this back in August. And thank you, Albert. I survived, and I think I was better for it.
No idea I traumatized you so. As you survived it. No, those were great. Thank you for inviting me.
Wonderful. Well, what an exciting day, and I just really can't wait to see everything that's produced in the spring. So I know all of you have worked hard on these presentations. Some of you probably haven't slept a whole lot in the last few days. I hope you're all able to get some rest this evening. Please don't forget the deadline to submit your research proposals, which are due on the 7th. As well as your annotated bibliographies. I just need to throw that out there, as well as you need to upload the PDF of this presentation that you gave today. These were really wonderful presentations. I just want to congratulate all of the students. You all were able to present convincing and compelling ideas, and I couldn't be more excited or more proud for the expectations of the spring. So I can't wait to see what's next.
Thank you all.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much, everyone.